Was unmuted. Welcome, dear viewers, to the round number 6 of the first Fujairah Global Chess Championship. And as you can see now on the first board in the Superstar tournaments, we see that the first ceremonial move will be made, and it's going to be made by His Excellency Mohammed Ahmed Al Yamahi, who is the President of the Arab Parliament, and by His Excellency Nasser Al Yamahi, who is director of the Fujairah Culture and Media Authority. And one more time, as always, I'm joined by VRL. How special this first move, ceremonial first move, is?
Well, very good tradition that we have this first ceremonial move, because we see more people, because to organize such a tournament is probably everyone has his support to this event, and including the media authority, I mean the sport council, Arab Parliament, and we have the representatives of those authorities.
And we see, was it C4 played? Looks like it.
Well,
right?
yeah, it's not very often. Yeah, you can see this move C4 in a ceremonial move. Yeah, usually you play E4, then you take back this move, and then you start to, I mean, you make your move what you prepared.
Yeah, definitely. And of course, if someone who knows chess and I've seen some grandmasters who are making the first ceremonial move, and they were making joke and playing something like 1b3 or knight c3.
Or even a3, yeah.
Or a3.
Was this played in Carlsen's game, or Carlsen played? I don't know, it was
knight a3?
A3, or a move like that. I don't remember exactly.
I know for sure it was played with black against Karpov.
Ah, right.
E4, A6, but not as a
E4, A6. Yeah, this is the famous game between Karpov and Anthony Miles, and actually he won the game. Miles won the game with black pieces.
A6.
Yeah, yeah.
And by the way, we see now the players sitting at the tables. We see all the familiar faces. Players are getting ready. Some of the players just looking at the chessboard, others looking away, trying to recall their preparation. Here we have Jose Martinez, and here is Michal Sarin. By the way, the top seed of the Superstars tournament facing Motilov. So interesting clash to follow. Which other interesting matchups can we see? I think everyone. And here is Ivanchuk against Alan Pichot. So yeah, one move.
Yeah.
And by the way, we can see that Ivanchuk is climbing up in the boards. So,
yeah, he won 2 games in a row. Now he's trying to catch the.
Yeah. And here Aram Hakabyan against Muradli. Yeah, we see also Indian battle here. Abhimanyu Puranik against. Okay, so many players.
Yeah. I mean, actually, this is kind of, I would say, once again, it's a closed tournament. Yeah, you cannot say this is an open, not an usual open. Yeah.
Yes.
Only top grandmasters, only very well-known chess players. Eugenie, yeah, she's playing.
Yeah, she had the huge opportunity yesterday to join the leaders, but unfortunately, there was a couple of mistakes made, and yeah, it was just a draw. But so far, still such a huge performance for her, winning the first game, playing 2 draws, and after that, winning one more time, playing the draw, winning against Motilov, by the way.
Yeah.
And here we see
the top board. Yeah, Tabatabai plays with Sanan Sugirov. So we have 2 leaders, Sugirov and Pranav V. They played each other, so they cannot play one more time according to regulations.
Yeah,
the rules. So and on board 2, Jacobson plays with Pranav. So here we have the games of leaders.
Yeah.
Yeah,
looks like the players are not there. And do we have a ceremonial first move in the Masters? I just want to quickly check what is happening there on the first. Or no, though there we don't have it. So let's go back to the board one. Yeah, because I heard something, because we are located closer actually to the Masters tournament, so I heard some speeches. From the downstairs. But yes, you were mentioning the playing hall is pretty small there for Superstars, because of course there are not so many players, but the playing hall of the Masters tournament and of the Open tournament, they are very big. 2 more playing halls. One more time, this building of the Fujairah Chess Club is incredible. I mean, it's very beautiful. First of all, when you're entering, you have a queen there at the entrance, and there are many rooms there, many halls for playing and training chess, and it's great that United Arab Emirates support chess so much. So opening the clubs in Sharjah, in Dubai, in Abu Dhabi, and now in Fujairah.
Yeah, also, by the way, Abu Dhabi is intending to build a new club because they have this very big project. The Chess Olympiad in 2028 will be in Abu Dhabi. So now they have many projects, including the building of a new club till 2028, till the Olympiad. Till the,
Yeah, they have time, 3 more years.
Yeah, 3 more years. Yeah, it's enough time.
Oh my God, looking forward for that, definitely. And we have first moves on the board.
So it wasn't not C4.
It was
Wasn't the
E4.
move? Yeah, okay, E4, and we have Gioco Piano.
Italian, yeah, again.
One more time. So Rui Lopez is kind of disappearing from top chess. Yeah.
Do you think it's because of the opportunity of Berlin?
Well, two reasons I can say here is one is Berlin, as you said, and second is martial attack. It's, White is trying nowadays to avoid martial with so many moves order like D3, Rook E1, A3, Knight C3, but okay, I mean, it's just very hard to get advantage there.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, here we have it. So Bishop C5 was played.
Yeah, so Bishop C4, Bishop C5, and the move D3, Knight F6, okay. So many moves order are possible here. So White can play castle, White can play Knight C3, which start to be popular. Okay, yeah, castles.
Castle is just usual, just not yet showing the card. And here the question is, do you play D6 or you play first H6?
Well, you can start with A6, A5, D6, castle. I mean, everything is possible here. Probably the most flexible move here would be like or A5 or A6. Because if you play D6, you lose the possibility to play D5 in one move, yeah. If you make castle, okay, castle is also, by the way, flexible because castle allows the move Bishop G5, but Bishop G5 is not so dangerous, yeah. So just a demonstration, let's say castle, Bishop G5, and here there is typical move H6, and Bishop goes back to E7. Bishop goes back to E7, followed by Knight H5, I mean D6, Knight H5 or Knight H7. Trading the bishops, and this is good for black, considered to be good for black.
Yeah, that's why White doesn't have to rush with Bishop G5 and only play it after D6 is played, so the Bishop cannot return back. So this is the current position. We have a castle on the board, and by the way, something was played. Was it D6?
Well,
D6?
Yeah, it was D6 and C3. Yeah, C3 was played, and now black choose the line to play A6 or A5. Yeah, two different approaches. Nowadays, black prefers to play with A5, I mean, fighting for the space. I mean, the let's say old fashion is A6, hiding the bishop to A7, then maybe Knight E7, Knight G6 maneuver or Bishop E6. And nowadays, I mean, A5 is more popular, I would say.
Yeah, but also maybe to highlight history move, why was it so important? Since after D6, it feels like White can go for Bishop G5, but here Black is supporting the pawn E5. So in that reason, Knight from C6 is free to go, and it can go Knight A5 and getting the bishop.
Yeah, so this is one of the possibility. I don't know, here...
And maybe here it's not so good.
Oh no, actually it's nothing wrong with that.
And just B5.
And just B5 and getting the bishop, yeah.
And maybe not to take it immediately, but...
Yeah, Black can just play castle or H6. Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Also, another plan is just when you see the bishop on G5 and you didn't castle yet, you can play with G5 here. This is also quite...
G5, G4.
Or Bishop G4. Or Bishop G4 followed by Knight H5. Or maybe H5, H4. I mean, this is also kind of typical, let's say, reaction to the early move for Bishop G5.
Yeah, so C3 was played for that reason, not to get bishop trapped on the queen side, and after
castles and Rook E1.
Rook E1, yeah. So Rook E1 is a usual supporting move, supporting the E4 pawn, And at some moment, white would be ready to go for d4, but has to watch out for bishop g4. At some moment, maybe such move as h3 can be played by white. Other than that, just slowly knight d2, knight f1.
Yeah, exactly. Knight g3, then h3, then after that, all the moves you can play d4. I mean, something similar happened in the game Jujinir with Motilov. And black choose the plan with c6, b5, a5, a4 to get the space on the queen side.
Yeah, that's for sure. And yeah, maybe while they're thinking, let's move on to the board number 2, because this is...
this is board number 2, and we have the game Jacobson Brandon with Pranav V. So Pranav is co-leader with 4 out of 5.
Together with Fujairah,
c4, e5, g3, c6, okay, and d4, because if you play, I mean, 3 moves are possible here. You can play bishop g2, then d5. You can play knight f3 and have kind of a lapping, I would say, with the pawn on g3. So black plays d5, and nowadays, once again, I mean, c takes d5 is possible, but queen takes d5 is more into the fashion nowadays.
More ambitious.
Yeah, also it's more ambitious, I can say. So, but d4, d4, this is the move, and bishop b4 check. Okay, black reacts in 3 different ways here. Takes on d4, queen d4, d5. This is plan number 1. Okay, also the move like knight f6, knight a6 are possible here. Second reaction is the move e4. This is a very ambitious move, and actually it's very interesting. And the third one is bishop b4 to trade some pieces.
And then play d6.
And then play d6.
First develop the, very logical, first you develop the bishop, trade off the bishop on d2, and then d6, not to close the bishop on f8.
Exactly. Knight c3, knight f6, castle long. Wow. Never seen this move here. Castle long. I mean, normally white plays here bishop g2 and then e4, knight e2, or e3, knight e2, But castle long. Wow. Okay, very ambitious move.
You know, earlier we have seen in the tournament that Pranav V was always surprising the opponent with some interesting variations, or maybe not so such popular ones, more dubious. But in this case, we see that Jacobson is surprising Pranav V first with this long castle. It feels like, I mean, the queen side is a bit too open for this, but apparently this was Brandon's in preparation.
Yeah, and okay, now black cannot castle because pawn on e5 hangs, and if queen e7, I was just trying to get the. Can white play the move c5 here? I don't know. Again, same strategy. No, probably this one is losing. Yeah, I was just trying. No, black can take on d4, and take on d6, and take on c3. Okay, it was once again blundering. So queen e7, then it's a logical move. So probably white wants to put more pressure on this pawn by playing e4 and f4. Let's say e4, castles, and f4. And maybe follow it by knight f3 or knight e2, knight f3, bishop g2. A very interesting idea from Jacobson Brandon. So castle long, castle long. Okay, queen e7. Black also can play, let's say, move like knight d7. But why do you close your bishop?
Yeah, it's a big.
Yeah, okay. Looks like typical King's Indian setup, without the bishop. Probably nothing wrong. Also, maybe black can try the move queen a5. I don't know. Queen a5. I mean, no checkmate. b4 doesn't work. Yeah, I believe also queen a5 is playable. I don't know. Maybe white should play the same plan with e4 and f4. Maybe f4 immediately. F4 immediately. Castles and e4. I don't know. Pushing all the pawns.
And you know, I think it can be a moment where now Pranav is understanding it's the preparation. And if he's playing such move which looks more natural like queen c7, it's probably something which was, sorry, queen e7, which wasn't the preparation of, and also queen a5, because it looks like very active move and something what Jakobsen should have considered in this position. So it's pretty tough task right now for him, I believe, to figure out which move the best to play, because you understand that this was all the preparation. How would you react and approach?
Well, actually, yeah, for Pranav, this is like the first, let's say, game where he was really surprised in this tournament. So usually he is surprising his opponent, and it will be interesting to see his reaction. But of course, you should take your time here and try to think, yeah, try to understand, try to probably to choose or the more principled way or the safest way, yeah. So, I mean, of course, but the only thing that is for sure you should have take your time here. Think, try to understand where your opponent can catch you, what is his idea. Even the move, even the idea looks a little bit dubious or unusual. Still, we need to take it seriously. I mean, you should take your time and just try to find the best or the safest continuation here. I don't know. I like honestly the move queen e7 because queen is closer to the king side. I mean, with queen a5, you take some risk. Yeah, maybe white can just take on d6 and play, sorry, take on e5 and play queen d6. You don't want to allow the queen on d6. Yeah, maybe there is nothing there, but still, queen, you cannot castle. I mean, you don't go for this continuation. So I believe something like queen e7 or knight d7 should be played here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, as black right now, there are many moves which you have to consider, and then one more time, this pressure in the center. And on the other hand, of course, black doesn't want to take on d4 because then it would open the d file fully for white. And if white would take, there are again one more time could be some issues. But what about some? Yeah, okay, we already discussed knight b d7. Could be another just calm.
Yeah, knight d7, queen e7. I don't know. Move like e4 probably looks a little bit too risky. Probably looks too risky because white is probably, I mean, will attack the center immediately with d5 and f3. Even sacrificing the pawn, let's say takes, knight takes f3, pawn takes c4, maybe knight e5. This structure is more common to, let's say, Slav defense, yeah. So it's a big choice for black. It's a big choice for black. You can play safe. You can safely. You can play moves like queen a5 or e4. By the way, apparently nothing wrong with the move e4 here.
Yeah. Now, what happens after f3?
If f3, I mean, you can play d5 or you just can take on f3.
Because of course it makes so much difference that the knight is.
Yeah, knight takes f3, castle e4. Maybe white here gets some, I mean, space here, center. Maybe this kind of position to avoid. I don't know. d5 looks risky, yeah, here.
It is.
So taking on e4, pawn takes, and bishop g2.
Yeah, this pawn on e4 will be a target. It looks great, but it looks like it's going to be a target.
Yeah, so probably one of the queen's move, let's say queen e7 or knight d7 is, well, more likely to be played here.
And can we also go to the book quickly, maybe to check this position? Was it played?
Yeah, it was played in a couple of games. Yakubov, Papanisyan, Yakuboyev. Yeah, and
so it was played on the top level.
Yeah, not so many games, but yeah, some games played.
Interesting.
Yeah,
so it was played against Yakuboyev, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Afghanistan with white and Yakuboyev with black pieces.
So and he lost. Yeah, so white won.
Yeah, we can show this game maybe.
If you click view, yeah.
Yeah. And what was played? Knight to d7, okay. Takes on d5, knight takes, yeah. Very interesting. Attacking the pawn on c4, e4, bishop e6, b3. So white is intending to play a 4 next move, queen a5, h3, yeah. So f4, knight g4, yeah. Well,
Yes.
still, and if h3, knight goes to f2, and jumps to f2. Okay.
Because knight on c3 is hanging, so you have first to stop the knight g4.
b5, c takes b5, and castle short. Wow. Okay.
That's interesting. Okay, black is trying to attack. Black is immediately trying to use the fact that king castle long.
Right, yeah. Rook to d8, rook h2.
Oh, I love this. I love this maneuver.
Yeah,
Okay, this
but
was
after d5, you still don't want to take on d4 because rook hangs on d8. So f4, knight e4. White gave the pawn back. No, I believe this knight f3, yeah. Why do you change the weak knight? I'm protecting the pawn, yeah. And this pawn c6 probably is deciding the game. And b4, yeah. Despite of the king and the
just going forward.
Oh,
Oh,
losing.
the pin.
Yeah, losing the piece.
Yeah, and this is how 𝐒𝐤𝐤 lost the game. Yeah, I mean, there are of course some moves left, but the most important, I think, what we got is some ideas in the opening, and this is something what Jacobson already studied before the game, and for Vipranav, it's going to be only the beginning of trying to get into the position and finding all these ideas and what all the opportunities for him and also for the opponent. And while he's doing it, let's move on to the board 3. There we have Zhu Jiner with white pieces against Andrew Hong.
Yeah, and probably it was Ross Salimo played Sicilian with bishop b5. But let's check to be sure. Yeah, bishop b5, knight c6, castle, rook e1, and white bishop is returning back home. Bishop g4, h3, queen takes f3, e6. Okay, so here there are two moves, yeah, e6 and g6. Another move here is g6, and usually white here plays the move queen to d1 to play d4. And here black plays here very important move bishop h6. If you want to play this move for black pieces, this move is to memorize. Very important move. Bishop h6, stopping the move d4. And even if white manages to play d4, black changes the bishops, and black is probably fine here. It's bishop h6. I faced myself this move against Grandmaster Sergei Movsesyan in the World Cup, World Championship, something like 25 years ago.
Wow.
Yeah, and instead black played the system with e6, d3. Once again, queen d1, and with the idea d4 is also possible here. d3, bishop e7, queen to d1, castle, knight d2, b5, and here Junior is thinking, well, knight f3 looks natural here. I mean, knight f3, followed by the move d5, followed by the move d4, and if black plays d5 here, then we get, let's say, a French type of structure. e5, knight d7, and d4. And if white manages to play bishop d3, and followed by h4, knight g5, we have this typical attack. Yeah? So once again, and she did play the move knight f3. Okay, this is the most logical move. And if black plays d5, then e5. If black plays, okay, if e5, probably any way white can play the move d4 here.
Yeah, it looks like this.
Yeah, or another plan here, as I know, is just fianchetto the bishop with g3, bishop g2. I mean, then you white plays on the white squares like knight h4, maybe knight g2, knight e3, playing for d5 square. So d4 or g3. So after knight f3, black is thinking. I think so many games played here. Okay, we can check a couple of games.
Yeah, let's see what was played here.
Not so many games, by the way. Not so many games. Because, yeah, I believe that the move order played by Zhu Junior, I mean, usually white, instead of d3, here white plays queen d1 immediately. And the point being that white wants to play d4 at once, yeah? So if black plays bishop e7, now white plays d4 at once. D4 at once, it's clear that this is a better version. So instead she played the move d3. Oops, instead of this she played the move d3.
Yeah, let's move
It's from one more time from the beginning to show the ideas. Yeah, by the way, bishop takes f3 is kind of a must, yeah, because after bishop h5, g4, bishop g6, and very strong move d4, white gets the initiative because you cannot take the pawn. Yeah, just let's show this move. Knight e4, then d5, knight goes to any square, and rook takes e4. This is the idea. Rook e4, bishop e4, and queen a4 double attack, and white is winning material. So bishop
so you
takes.
have to be watch out.
Yeah, exactly. E6, so queen d1 probably is more popular here. Okay, knight to d2, b5, and knight f3. Yeah, this is the current position, and yeah, black can stop d4 by d5, or maybe e5, or maybe just continue to play on the queen side like b4. B4, nothing wrong probably with b4. The b4, white plays d4 here.
Yeah, of course, usually it's where your pawn structure looks at, you should play on that side. And as we can see here, black's pawns are all looking towards the queen side, so that looks very logical. And for white, of course, the center, yeah, d4 break is something what white want to do. And where are we right now?
Yeah, this is the current situation, and black is to choose the moves. By the way, another move that could be possible is the move knight e5. I mean, because if black takes, white takes, and now it's not easy to play the move d4. Yeah.
And also d3 pawn is
and
target.
Also d3 pawn might be a target. I mean, the backward pawn on the open file. Yeah, so this is another way of stopping the move d4 or play against d4. So we have d5, e5, b4, just continuing his plan. Also knight d7, but no, this is with the bishop on g7 usually black plays. Yeah. So there is one more idea here, just I want to mention. After d4, black can play here the move c4. It looks like black released the tension and allows the whites to keep this a very nice structure. But from the other hand, you cannot bring your bishop on this very important diagonal. And without the bishop, white's attack is not so strong. And black just continues with b4, I mean a5, b4, or b8, just continuing his usual play on the queen side.
And without this bishop, yeah, you're right. I mean, if you want to bring this bishop, you have to play bishop e2, bishop d1, bishop c2, but it's too much time.
Yeah, first move the queen to d2, then bishop on c2. Yeah, you need too many tempos. Okay, so black is thinking now which plan to choose. I mean, there are so many possibilities.
Yeah, and while I think black is thinking, let's move on to the board 4. There we have Sam Shankland against Aydin Suleiman Lee.
Yeah, yesterday he luckily escaped against Fujairah. And we have again Giocopiano, but this time with bishop g5 directly. Yeah, okay. Let's see. Castles. So black just castled here. Okay, a4, a5, knight to g2 without c3. White is trying to play and exactly the move that I mentioned in the previous game, the move bishop to e7. Yeah. So there are two ways of playing with black here. One is just to play d6 and g5, or g5 direct, bishop g3 and d6, and the other is safer, much safer, bishop e7, followed by d6, knight h7, and bishop to g3, d6, and c3. Okay, g6. So white cannot play knight h4 immediately because of the very typical move knight takes e5, winning a pawn, but it's not that easy because knight e5, if you take directly queen takes h5, you lose the queen.
Oh, the queen is trapped and you cannot do it.
Yeah, so after knight e5, first you take on e5 with white pieces, take on e5, and queen takes h5, white won a pawn, white an opponent. So now we understand, yeah, why did black play here the move g6? I mean, preparing the move knight h5. And after h3, if knight h5, now white wants to retreat the bishop on h2, and it was played knight h5, bishop g2, and bishop h2, bishop g5. Wow.
So Black is saying that they have all the pawns on the dark square, so they don't really need this bishop, and position is also quite close for a moment. But
Very interesting
very
idea.
interesting, yeah.
And just simple move queen e2, yeah.
Okay, probably the idea could be that.
Okay, let's
try.
Yeah, let's try to take. How do you take back? By queen or by pawn?
Yeah, it's very tough to say. I mean, pawn is supporting the f4 square. Maybe by pawn.
By pawn, yeah. By pawn. And probably white can continue with his usual, let's say, plan. Like knight f1, knight e3. I don't know, knight jumps.
f4.
And knight e3. Everything is under control, yeah. Okay, bishop e6. Also, black is actually in time with just completing his development. I mean, this bishop e6 is typical. Maybe white can try something like h4. Well, g3. Well, g3 looks a little bit, but okay, let's try.
The pawn is hanging also.
Okay, pawn.
You want to give up.
Yeah, of course. I mean, this pawn, I mean, if black takes this pawn, actually, this is losing immediately. Because...
takes on e6 and queen g4.
But knight takes f2. I missed this move.
After bishop e6, knight f2?
Yeah, no, bishop e6, pawn e6, queen g4, knight f2.
Oh, knight f2, a rook is opening up.
Yeah, I mean, queen takes e6, but it's okay, it's too complicated to calculate. Okay, let's try. Not our pieces, we can sacrifice the material. Knight takes f2, queen takes e6, king g7, and this bishop is just so bad. And pawn hangs. Rook f1, knight takes d3,
king d2,
king d2 or king e2, knight c5.
Yeah, great position.
Just yeah. Okay, once again, so we have, instead of queen e2, let's take the bishop, takes, and knight e1, knight f1, knight f4, knight e3, bishop e6. Yeah, it's interesting position, yeah, and it's I don't know, h4. Let's try. Once again, not our pieces. I have.
What happens after take?
Where do you take?
On h4.
Yeah, and I wanted to take on f4 or play g3. I don't know. Benko, yeah, reverse Benko.
Yes.
Super reverse Benko. G3.
Okay. Actually, you don't have to take, but probably you have to. I'm not sure. Yeah.
Take. Let's and take. Now how to take back, with the pawn or with the bishop? Maybe with the bishop,
with the bishop, yeah.
Most probably with the bishop. Followed by, let's say, queen out, castle long.
Probably there could be even king g7, rook h8.
Yeah. King g7. Queen f3. Queen f3.
Well, apparently.
Knight, bishop takes c4, knight takes c4. Rook h8.
Rook h8, yeah.
And just castle long, yeah. And I have this position. And probably black is just fine. I don't know, any move like queen g5.
I'm sorry, the move earlier wasn't there. No, there was no d3 hanging. I said bishop c4,
knight c4, knight takes c4. Yeah, queen g5. Now black's position actually very solid.
No, there is a huge threat, bishop c4, knight d3.
No weaknesses. I mean, pawn up.
Bishop g4, by the way, trapping the queen.
Knight is here, guarding.
But yeah.
Yeah, first you need to take, and then another bishop to bring to g. You need too many bishops to.
But what of bishop g4, knight g4, knight d3? What is happening there? Wow. Or knight d2?
Oh, then bishop g4, then queen takes g4.
Queen takes g4, of course. Okay, so this is the current position. So he didn't go for this line, knight takes g5, which looks very interesting, of course. But queen e2, also a great move. He's stepping away from potential long castle, and now. Yeah,
now black can try to play knight f4 or even bishop f4. I don't know, probably bishop f4, then simple move g3. Okay, let's try. Bishop f4, g3, yeah? And bishop g5. No, this is just losing time. It's just losing time. Okay, instead knight f4, Bishop takes f4, bishop takes f4, and maybe g3. G3, bishop g5, if black wants to keep the bishop, and maybe h4. Yeah, this is interesting, queen e2, by the way, and for black it's not easy. So if bishop f4, then g3, and h4, and if knight f4, just bishop takes, and once again probably g3. Bishop g5, h4, bishop takes d2, maybe queen takes d2.
h6 is hanging,
King g7, castle long, and once again bishop e6. I don't see anything bad in black's position.
Yeah, and also at some point black can start preparing the attack on the queen side, maybe at some moment rook b8 and after trade with the bishop b5, opening up the file. So it's not going to be even clear who is attacking who, because for white it's still a long way to create something against the king. While the pawns on h6 and g6, they're ready to close the position.
Yeah.
But yeah, so current position is with queen on e2, and Suleimanli is taking time. By the way, about these two players, Tamchenko, we have seen that he was playing a bit on the bottom boards, but he has won a couple of games, and now he's back in the top. Of course, not at the very top, but he's half a point behind the leaders, which is of course a huge way. And yesterday he played a draw against. We were looking this game against Motylev, was it?
Well,
mistaken.
I don't remember, honestly.
We were watching his game.
Yeah.
I remember we were analyzing it.
Yeah, probably.
Against Salem, I believe.
No, this was Salem with Mishra.
Salem played with Mishra, yes.
Yeah, and it was also
against Chaparino, because I remember there was some also same generation players.
Yeah.
And because we were discussing a lot them. All right, so let's move to the board number 5, where we have
Mishra playing Sadovani, and once again Jacopiano. Come on, guys. No Roy Lopez today. Only Jacopiano. E4, E5, knight F3, knight C6, bishop C4, bishop C5, D3, and bishop G5 again.
Oh.
Well, I know it's a different. I thought we are on the same game. Shankland Suleimanli, but not D6. So this time no H6, bishop H4, bishop E7, but D6, C3, H6, bishop H4, A5. Yeah, knight D2 and bishop A7. Okay, probably another. Let's say Tabia. I mean, so many games played here. This position, maybe we can check. Too many games. Plays, yeah. I mean, yeah. Giri Grishuk, so Pragan. Okay. So many games. Yeah. So A3. Okay, this is kind of a new approach to the position. So white intends to play the move b4. A3 followed by b4. Okay, very interesting play by Misha. Once again, still this move is not a novelty. I mean, for instance, it was played in the game Giri Saric, Vidit Demchenko, and Arjun Kalyan against Mareko Sandro.
So for 5 games.
Yeah, A3. So preparing the move b4. Yeah, white wants to fight for the space on the queen side, and b4 and b5 one day. Okay, very interesting. G5, bishop g3, queen to e7, flexible move.
So from which moment do you have completely no position if you go back?
Yeah, probably around here, maybe
queen e7.
Queen e7, yeah. Actually, for me it is hard to understand this move, because I don't believe you are preparing the move. You are ready to play castle long here with black.
I know that in some lines against Italians, so queen e7 is played to prepare against d4, but
yeah, but you can do it anytime, like you can castle. Actually, this is, I understand now the point is. I mean, black is just waiting for the castle, yeah? Because if you castle immediately, white can start to push a little bit here with h4, for instance. h4, g4, and maybe something like, I don't know, knight h2, followed by knight f1, knight e3, knight d5. And after queen e7, if white plays here castles, then maybe black can launch the attack with h5. With h5, yeah. This is, I believe, that it's the This is the idea. Okay, no. And after castle, he didn't play h5 here, but knight h7. Knight h7.
Does he want to go for f5?
Yeah, f5. And the other idea is knight f8, knight g6, and followed by h5. And then just push on the king side. By the way, we have a transposition to a game of 𝐒𝐤𝐬 against 𝐒𝐤𝐬. 𝐒𝐤𝐬 is playing here in Masters tournament. I know him. We are playing for the same club in the Romanian league. So a young international master. He's 15, if I'm not mistaken.
Wow.
Yeah. So
he was also having this position as well.
Yeah, knight h7. So black is just preparing the advance of h5. By the way, h5, I mean immediately maybe. Let's say b4, which is very logical. I mean, otherwise, why do you play the move a3 and h5? And h5 and now, I mean, your bishop on g3 is in danger. I mean, how do you play? How do you react with h3 or with h4?
I mean, this is a good question because for a moment, the bishop is completely trapped on the king side. I mean, if you play h4, you have to be ready for g4.
Yeah, exactly. Or even bishop g4 sometimes. That reacts.
Yeah, because now there is a threat take on h4 and knight g5 in some variations.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's just a very unpleasant pin. I mean, and if you play with h3, then always g4, yeah, might be. Or h4, or h4,
and
bishop a2,
g4.
and then g4, yeah.
Yeah, it's very unpleasant. Because for a moment, if you're looking at the king of black, it's located pretty safe in the center. And for white, there is an issue if black will manage to organize an attack on the king side. Okay, so knight h7. And now Abhimanyu is taking time. And look at the clock situation, 1 hour and 10 minutes for Abhimanyu. So was he surprised in the opening after this queen e7, or was it earlier?
Yeah, and I think after queen e7, okay, we can check. We can check time, exactly. Yeah. So after knight to d2, bishop a7, a3.
Although a3 is already a very interesting move.
Yeah. g5, bishop g3, queen e7.
Yeah, queen e7 was the first move.
Yeah. And Mishra spent 5 minutes on this move, knight h7, yeah? And
now 15. And he's still thinking here.
Well, I mean, the natural reaction here is just to sacrifice the pawn. To start the attack first. At d4, you sacrifice this pawn, you don't care. I mean, you just try to open up the center, look at the pieces, yeah? So let's say takes and e5. Let's go.
Let's go. Go for it.
e5. Okay, actually, this is quite typical idea. There is a knight takes e5. The knight cannot be taken. I mean, the bishop, and then rook e1. And if you don't take, I mean, castle, you just take the pawn back and...
Great position.
Yeah, so
black
d4.
is not good in developed.
Yeah, d4 is like a natural reaction. Yeah, actually, it's according to the rules. Yeah, if your opponent launch a king-side attack, you should counter-attack in the center.
Especially if the king is in the center. So yeah, this is definitely one of the candidates. Is there anything else on d4 that we see?
Yeah, b4 is another move, but it looks like this is too slow and allows black just to continue the attack. So d4. I believe just Mishra is double checking the lines. Maybe black can play here g4 and trying to win the pawn, you know. Knight h4, now taking on d4. But here so many ways for white. I mean, white can play knight f5 here. By the way, this is probably the most direct and good. Bishop takes f5, pawn takes f5. Now rook e1 is a threat. Queen takes g4 is another threat. Yeah, and I don't believe that this is good for black. Let's say castles, just queen takes g4.
And then what is this position? I mean, if you take on c3, you open up the b file.
Yeah, it's equal material. I mean, white is bishop's pair. I mean, better structure. Yeah, I think just it's better for white. So once again, yeah, d4. I mean, if you take the pawn on d4, then e5.
By the way, we have an update. b4 was played.
b4 was played, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, okay. I believe this move is inferior to me, but and also not only to me, to computer too. So actually,
Yeah, looking at the
but actually d4. I mean, this is yeah, this is the move that should be played here. Okay, maybe black can just continue with h5. Yeah, probably h5. The center is stable. I mean, white. I mean, black's queen's on e7 is just defending the pawn. I don't know. White can continue with, let's say, bishop b4 or taking on e5, pawn on e5, and I know then h4. White is not in time for. White is not in time for. h3, then h4, yeah? h4, then g4. Yeah, it's not easy actually. And if bishop to b5, then h4 is coming, yeah? So
yes.
no time, no time. So one more time, h4, g4, and let's sacrifice the piece. We have all the rights here. Takes. I wanted to take on d6, pawn d6, let's say knight f3. What do you think about this piece sacrifice?
It's definitely very interesting because
Well, white got two pawns. I mean, pawn on d6 hangs. The
yes.
position, the king, black's king's
Also
position is not.
d6 is weak.
Yes.
Bishop d6 or queen d6 are incoming. There could be e5 even opening up the file. Okay, I think the computer dislikes it, but no, it looks very interesting, definitely, to look into, because white is up development. The development is so good.
Okay, for us it's easy to sacrifice pieces because we are not there, we are not playing the game. And instead, Misha just decided to play the move b4, yeah? And now Sadwani is thinking how to continue the attack with h5. This is one idea and probably the most logical. f5, no, f5 probably is too much, yeah? Okay, then let's go h5. If white plays here b5, then maybe just knight to d8, b8, b8, d7, or d8, and maybe one day knight e6, yeah?
Maybe d8.
To d8, yeah? And now h4, g4, or bishop g4. If bishop g4, just something like knight to e1, followed by knight c2, knight e3, or knight c2, knight e3, or d4. And here black plays usually, yeah, I have seen this kind of play. So knight f8, then knight g6, trying to win the pawn. Meanwhile, white is just pushing here in the center. I don't know, knight c2 or d4 maybe directly. d4, knight g6, and now white plays knight d3. No time to take the pawn on h4. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I have seen this typical play. I mean, it's so sharp. I mean, because one wrong move, and I mean, if white just plays the wrong move, then black just wins this pawn with no compensation. But if black plays something wrong, then it's just everything is falling apart here in the center.
And also look at the clock situation. If you go back to the live position after knight f8, I mean.
He did play knight f8 immediately, yeah?
He went
okay.
For knight f8, and almost instantly I was played. For Mishra, it's 1 hour, 8 minutes now on the clock, and first, I mean, would you say Raunak is still somewhere in the preparation for him?
Yeah, I'm sure about it. I'm sure he knows at least he knows the ideas. Yeah, this the maneuver. Yeah, but that matters. Like this maneuver, like knight h7, knight f8, knight g6, followed by h5. By the way, black can also play for castle short. Imagine the position knight g6, then castle short, king h8 or 7, and f5. Yeah. So.
Yeah, because white cannot attack on the king side.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, if you play a move like b5,
you're
let's
just
say,
helping.
Exactly, knight d8, d4, and maybe it's like knight g6. I mean, center is stable. To get advantage, white needs the knight on e3. I mean, to control both squares d5 on f5.
I just like this position and its evaluation. We can see white finished the development, developed the pieces, has the center, pawns d4, e4, has even advantage on the space on the queen side, pawn on b5. Well, for black, not even king castled, all pieces are backwards, no pieces are playing that much, but still it's saying that the position is equal.
But
And
why?
this is,
Why?
yeah.
Why do you think why is all of
I
that?
think because of the, first of all, bishop on g3.
Yeah, this is actually
Is it
the only
the
reason.
only reason?
The only reason is actually, yes, because of bishop on g3 is misplaced, and all the play is against the bishop. Yeah. So we have this chain that limits the bishop. We have this always this h5 idea. Yeah. So it's everything because of the bishop, and position is still closed. I mean, it's still closed, and the closed position. I mean, both sides can maneuver, let's say, freely without without any, let's say, problems to get, let's say, I mean, to open the position. I mean, okay, anyway, white should try here to bring the knight to to e3. Let's say bishop to d3. I don't know, black castles, knight c4, followed by knight e3, controlling the squares. Apparently, black is not forced to castle. I don't know, maybe h5. Maybe it's time for h5. Yeah, h5, and now no h4. This is the big difference.
Oh, now
And after,
only h3.
yeah, and after h4, bishop h2, g4.
Opening up everything.
Yeah, black, white is forced to take bishop g4, followed by h3. Yeah, white is just not on time, simply not on time. So after knight f8, Mishra is thinking.
Okay, and while he's thinking, let's probably go back to the first board to see what is happening there. We see that 𝐤𝐤𝐤 is thinking now.
Yeah, after, let's say, around here, we left rook e1, h3, knight e7, the old plan, d4, knight g6, bishop d3, and 𝐤𝐤𝐤 is thinking on this position. By the way, he spent, look at the clock, he spent 35 minutes, yeah? I mean, why do you spend so much time? I mean, position is still, I mean, still theoretical, nothing happened. I mean, just normal position. Black can play with h6, c6, bishop e6, all those moves. I mean, typical situation.
Yeah, definitely. And he's now, and look at the clock, by the way. I mean,
Yeah, exactly. This is what I want to say. I mean, 𝐤𝐤𝐤 spent 35 minutes.
And by the way, look at him. He's just, is he sleeping? What is going on? He's just.
He's just concentrated.
Yeah.
He's just trying to understand, trying to choose the best plan, the best setup for his pieces.
How important is it, whenever, because when you play a game, you always look at the board from your perspective. And how important is to change perspective or try to look at the board, for example, with closed eyes, how 𝐤𝐤𝐤 is doing right now, for example, going away to the bathroom and then just try to imagine position?
Well, from my experience, it's so individual. Yeah, I mean, for some, I mean, you don't even need the board. Yeah, for instance, Peter Swidler, he always plays with, I mean, without board. He always thinking, just never looks to the board. Yeah, him or Ivanchuk. For others, like, it's very important concentration. Yeah, just look at the board, just to see every square on the board. I mean, Botvinnik, for instance. Yeah. Well, yeah, but it's time to time, it's important to have a fresh view to the position, because you might, let's say, calculate half an hour the same variation, and then you feel that you can find a continuation, you can find something more than in the position, and then maybe you just take a break, you just look. I mean, you don't look to the position. Then again, it might help. It might help. I mean, just to have this fresh view is very important.
Yeah, because I also see, for example, from the new generation, Arjun Erigaisi, I don't know, when he watches at the position, because whenever I see him playing, he's always looking away. He's just sitting and looking away all the time. I mean, at least in the opening middle game phase, when there is time still on the clock. Later in the time travel, of course, then he's of course trying to.
Yeah, I mean, all the, let's say, strong grandmasters, they calculate very good blindfoldly without the board. I mean, and in some positions they really don't need the board. I mean, and yeah, probably
Yeah,
this is the case of 𝐒𝐤𝐬.
also. So what's going on the second board? Also, Europe
Yeah.
is taking time.
So after the move castle long, black took on d4, yeah? Okay, this is a little bit, I mean, just condemn your pawn d6, yeah? You just sacrifice it. I mean, queen takes d4 and castle. Okay, white said yes, why not? No? What is wrong with queen takes d6?
Just a pawn.
Just a pawn.
Okay, take, right?
Take a knight g4, but there are so many like defensive moves like knight h3, knight d1. I don't know, let's say knight h3. And I don't see any, let's say, initiative here. I mean, pawn c4 I can defend easily with the move b3 or maybe even e3. Now, probably instead of queen takes d6, black should just play the move queen a5, followed by bishop e6, knight a6, rook d8, and trying to get that kind of compensation. Well,
yeah, just get activity of the pieces.
You know, as white here, I would play this weird move. Look at this move. Queen h3.
Just defending.
Queen a3. Yeah, I'm ready to play this in game. I'm ready to play this kind of in game. The queen a3, white is still pawn up, and the most important, the pawn up is on the king side. Yeah, so e3, then slowly, I don't know, play with f3, e4, or maybe f4, e4. I don't know, it's a risk-free, in my opinion, this end game. I might be mistaken, I don't know.
But also looking at how much time Jacobson spent, I assume he knew this end game and he decided not to go for it.
Yeah.
So instead he
just played the move e4, queen a5 now, king b1. Okay.
And apparently queen a5 was not already, was the first move when, oh no, by the way, here, he spent time. After castle,
yeah,
white spent time here on e4 because there was 1 hour 30 minutes.
So queen a5, king to b1, okay, typical prophylactic move.
So still d6 pawn is hanging. So, by the way, you can only defend it with rook d8.
Yeah, but rook d8 immediately
Then
e5 or c5, I mean.
So maybe that's what he calculated, the pawn on d6 is hanging anyway.
Yeah, it's might be this. Okay, anyway, black probably doesn't want to defend the pawn, maybe something like knight a6, followed by bishop e6, maybe knight c5, maybe b5 one day. Yeah, with the bishop on e6, the move b5 might be very interesting. I mean, black is targeting a2 pawn.
Very strong, of course. And at some moment, of course, black shall always calculate this queen d6 take, yeah, because you always have to be aware what's happening after white is taking that pawn. And for Jacobson, it's also always going to be a question when to take.
Yeah, maybe you just don't.
By the way, knight a6 was played.
Knight a6 was played, okay. I mean, it's quite logical.
As you made the move, it was played.
And you know what? I think that the white here should play, I don't know if immediately, but the plan should be like something like knight g to e2, knight c1, and knight b3. Bringing one more piece to the king side, to the queen side to defend the king. Yeah, okay, maybe immediately, maybe bishop g4, stopping at the knight. Maybe white should start with f3 first. The pawn is protected, no more jumpings, no more bishop g4, no more knight g4. And let's say black plays a move like bishop e6, knight e2. I'm afraid a little bit of the move b5. I don't know.
Queen d6, do we take or not? Or it's too late already?
Yeah, here is probably rook d8 comes with tempo. And
so if to take, then before bishop e6.
Yeah, exactly. And here knight to e2, followed by knight c1, knight b3. So if white manages this kind of, let's say, consolidating maneuver, I believe that white can get, I mean, better position or advantage or play for the advantage. I don't know.
Okay, and if we go back to knight a6, can white take on d6 now?
Let's
try to calculate.
But here bishop g4 might
f3 was played. All your moves are being
played. Okay.
Oh.
So here then Yeah, here bishop g4 comes with
With a
tempo and then
tempo.
rook d8. So
Okay.
if they are playing my moves, or they are listening to our broadcast, or they play bad as me, I don't know.
You should have played in the Superstar tournament.
Well,
You're a superstar, Björn.
I'm not really superstar. Maybe I was one time. I could say I could play this kind of tournament. Yeah. So I mean, as black should try something like connected with b5. I don't know. Let's say bishop e6, knight e2 on b5. Burning everything here. I mean, open up the king, maybe b4, c5, d5, rook b8, rook c8. I don't know. Okay, it's easy when you are not there. Once again,
Of
just
course, yeah.
sacrifice. You don't care because the situation when you play the game is completely different.
The approach is different, definitely. So
yeah, this is the current position, f3. By the way, f3 also white can start to attack the king side with g4, h4, g5,
g5.
yeah, and bringing the rook to the second rank, just protecting just in case. Yeah, rook h2.
I like it.
Now everything is not on control. I mean, white is defending b2, c2, a2, maybe in some positions.
It looks great, and yeah, probably while Pranav is taking time, let's go to Zhu Jiner against Andrew Hong.
Knight f3, queen to c7, yeah? So no d5, no e5, no b4, no knight e5, nothing, yeah? Just half waiting move, okay, connecting the rooks, d4.
So Zhu is going for the break.
Yeah.
Oh, and d5 now.
Probably black wants to jump with the knight on e4, yeah? So if white plays e5, then knight e4. Instead, white just took on d5, okay, quite logical. When you have bishop's pair, yeah. Takes and taking on c5, yeah? Once again, same strategy. Trying to have the position. Bishop takes c5 was played, and bishop to d3. Okay, very logical play, yeah? Bringing the bishop back into the game. I mean, white's next move is probably queen e2, then queen e4, and queen takes h7 checkmate. Very simple plan.
Just a simple plan, and hopefully Andrew will do something against it.
Yeah. So,
in the style of yesterday's game, just going for an attack, yeah?
Yeah, okay, I mean... by the way, no, I thought that, let's say, after rook d8, bishop takes h7, no, probably, no, the knight g5.
No big gift.
Yeah, I know, but then the bishop hangs on c5. Wait, how do we do this? If knight f6, then the bishop hangs, but also the knight is on g5.
Yeah, fine, stopping you.
Yeah, closing the... No, bishop h7 takes...
Knight f6, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so not today. Not today.
Not today, yeah.
Not today, yeah. Okay, then probably it's
no Greek gifts.
No Greek gifts, yeah. Queen c2, queen e2, maybe knight g5. Oh, I found a way how to make this combination working. Knight f6, knight h7.
No.
Knight takes h7, bishop takes h7, king takes h7, queen h5 check, double attack, works. And queen takes c5.
Nice.
Yeah, and the position is still equal.
Just traded the pieces.
Okay, thank you very much. I mean, white is pawn up, white, and still probably after rook d5.
Yeah.
And the rook d8, maybe knight e5, knight e3. That's okay, but it's not easy to understand why exactly here. I mean, why it's this so good compensation here? Okay. Now it's clear why, because of this. Okay, queen a3 don't want really to play, and after this there is rook e5 and lose the game.
So you have queen to go on a3.
Yeah, you have to go to a3, and the queen is just
so misplaced.
Yeah, so misplaced. It's totally out of play, and maybe now a5, maybe knight e5. I don't know, a5 or queen to b7. By the way. Okay, so
bishop d3.
Bishop to d3, because black can play here rook d8. Maybe there is a safe move like bishop e7, just guarding the square on g5, but it looks a little bit passive. Can actually black play a move, an active move like knight f4?
Looks like.
Once again, Not our pieces. Take, knight g5.
Oh, there is no queen, but queen d3, queen c2.
No queen d3, queen c2, then g6. And too many black pieces are hanging, but
okay,
apparently
bishop
nothing.
f4, queen f4, queen h5. What is happening there?
Queen f5. Or
G4?
take first queen
Yeah.
g6. First black can take on h2, on f2. Yeah, okay, okay. This is too much. So knight f4, knight f4. Yeah, because if we try to say bishop e4, yeah, bishop e4, rook d8, and something like queen c2, double attack. Okay, it's not a double attack, yeah, but actually
it is
double attack, yeah. It is double attack, yeah. Okay, black can play the move knight g6, but you don't really want to.
Yeah, you didn't want to bring your knight from d5 to
d5,
g6.
yeah. Yeah, okay, so this is the current situation, and black is thinking to play knight f4, rook d8, maybe a move like h6, knight f6, bishop e7, so many moves are possible here.
Yeah, many opportunities, and we'll see what Andrew will choose. Meanwhile, the board number 4 of Sam Shankland against Aydin Suleimanli.
Oh,
what happened?
Yeah, so after, we had this queen e2 and bishop e6. Okay, logical move, and white took on e6, yeah? Okay, I mean, okay, it's a little bit scary, but, and d4, yeah? So your king is in the center, and you still open up. You still up on the center. Okay, looks a little bit, okay. So takes, knight takes, queen f6.
And apparently, now computer likes white more. Okay, first of all, there is no long castle. The pawn on f2 is hanging.
On f2, on d4. I mean,
or there is. Knight on d4, because there is e6 pawn hanging, so you have to.
Well, probably a move like knight f3, one of the knight on f3. I don't know which one.
What about e5?
Knight takes e5.
So
first maybe knight c6 and e5. But yeah, I don't believe that. Maybe one of them knight on f3. I don't know which one. Yeah, actually he did play. I was just trying to calculate to choose which knight, and
because now there is no long castle after knight.
Yeah, but white can castle short. Nothing wrong, by the way, with castle short. And what do you do? Bishop f4, knight f4. Okay, let's try bishop, but bishop f4, g3. No, g3 is probably too much. Or g3, yeah? Because if you make castle short, then bishop takes h2, knight f4. Let's say I believe that here black is doing fine. Takes, knight f4. I mean, just good position for black. And probably white should play the move g3. It looks a little bit, well, I don't know. I would never play such a move, but let's try g3, bishop e5. And maybe white just takes on c6, pawn c6, and knight takes e5. Okay, I blundered a move in between. Okay, it's actually easy to blunder. Knight takes c6, bishop takes c3.
Yeah, and then suddenly the rook is gone.
So white should play this move order first. Knight takes e5. If knight e5, then f4, and probably after knight c6, white is castling wrong, yeah, and yeah, this position is white is better. And if you take with the queen, then probably knight takes c6, pawn c6, and still same plan with f4. Queen c5 and castle long, yeah.
Or there was something apparently. f5.
f5, pawn e takes on f5. Well, I know what is computer's move here. I mean, for +3. Okay, first queen g4. No, queen g4. No, rook f1, I believe, but it's.
Really?
Yes. No, I'm wrong. This is good move, but not enough. So why then it's +3 here?
Normally when +3, then should be something tactical. Bishop g.
Bishop John trapping the queen.
Oh my god.
But how do you trap the queen? You don't think that the queen might be trapped here, yeah?
Wow.
Knight g3, queen f3, or sorry, queen d3, queen f, and the queen is not trapped or killed, but knight is lost. Queen h4.
Wow.
Yeah. So even in such position, we still, I mean, the board is half empty, only one bishop. I mean, with the rook up, you cannot trap the queen, but and this bishop traps the queen. Okay.
Only one bishop and it traps the queen.
Yeah. So knight 2 to f3, and now Suleiman is thinking. So bishop to f4, knight to f4, or what else? Knight takes d4 here also.
Yeah.
Knight takes d4. How do you take back? With the pawn, probably, yeah?
Yes.
And now bishop f4. Aha, small difference. Now no move g3 because bishop takes g3. And it's just winning a pawn. And if white plays a move like castle shot, then after bishop takes h2, king h2, knight f4. I believe this black got counterplay here. I know, queen e3, maybe g5.
Yeah, and you have to be careful because the g4 can come in some moment. h5, g4.
Maybe black can just double rook first, like or double the rooks with rook f7, rook f8, and then some sacrifices on g2 and h3, g5, f4. Okay.
It's getting risky for white. This is the
So
current
once
position.
again, yeah, knight takes d4, c takes d4, and bishop f4.
But I would like to go back one move, so to see what was here in this position, because apparently there was something better than knight 2 to f3.
I believe the other knight on f3. This is the move. Not, yeah? Knight takes, okay, castle short. Castle short just pawn hangs on d4.
And if takes and then castle, then opening up the b file.
Yeah. Okay, maybe this is not a
takes
big.
and e5 maybe or something.
Takes.
What takes apparently is correct.
And e5, yeah. Wow.
Okay, so e5, but first taking on c6.
Yeah. And after bishop takes d2, just queen takes d2, taking on e5, and maybe that position is just.
Then there is pawn on h6 hanging.
Okay, probably not immediately.
Okay,
because,
yes, because of f2.
Castles, knight f4, and look at black structure. Yeah, I mean, couple of double pawns, but black is pawn up. To me, this is not so simple. I mean, black wants to play queen g5.
Attack.
yeah, probably white here brings the queen to
e3 or something.
To e3, but still queen g5 and bishop g3. Yeah, so let's say queen e3, queen g5, bishop g3. White managed to stabilize, and then rook e1 and collecting the pawns.
Just taking all the pawns, yeah.
Okay, so yeah, and black did take on e4. Black took on e4 and bishop f4 probably. Yeah, and he did play bishop f4. Okay.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense.
And now castle short. Because I don't believe white cannot play g3 because bishop g3, white, of course, white to take on d4, f4, just bishop f4, knight f4, and knight takes g2. So only move is castle here. I don't know, move like rook a3. No, I mean just castle. Castle, bishop takes h2, king takes h2, knight f4, queen e3, and g5. Yeah, or rook f7 first. I don't know. G5, followed maybe by queen g6, queen h5.
Or doubling, as you're
doubling,
mentioning. Or tripling.
Tripling.
yeah. So yeah, Sam Shankland is taking time now in the position to see castle or to play something else, but we expect castle, as we are always saying. Let's move on to the board number 5. It's where we have Abhimanyu Mishra against Raunak Sarvani, where it was a very interesting position.
Yeah, another Jacopiano.
Jacopiano, yeah.
So after knight f8, he did play b5, knight d8, and d4. Okay, finally, and knight to g6, and here Misha is still thinking, yeah?
There was something earlier, right? After b4 was played, we saw that apparently, so after the b4 move, there was something for black, or at least, or maybe it was just a glitch.
No, it's, no, it's just knight of 8. It's part of the plan, let's say this.
Probably after some deeper analysis, computer realized it. So, okay.
And this is the current position. I mean, h3, wow.
h3 is a very committal move because black didn't castle. Sure, that's what we were discussing earlier.
Exactly.
When you have this h3 move, you have to be always ready for the g4.
Yeah, and now
the hook.
The famous hook, yeah. h5,
just h5
and followed by h4 and then g4, yeah.
No, I just
and okay, yeah. Okay, so h3 and h5 looks like the most logical position. No, logical move in the position, I mean.
Yeah, h5, you want to go h4, g4. How do you stop it, by the way?
How do you stop it? Yeah, probably you can stop
you cannot,
it. Yeah, you just play maybe something like rook e1, maybe trying to bring your pieces into defense, like maybe knight f1, knight e3, maybe bishop f1 one day, h4, bishop h2, g4, pawn takes g4, bishop takes g4, and now or bishop e2 or knight f1, knight e3. I don't know, look, bishop e2 maybe.
But now suddenly white black can go for something like knight e6, long castle, bringing the other rook to the position.
Yeah, but be careful because after knight e6, knight takes
e5.
knight takes e5 might be
bishop e2, knight g6.
Bishop e2, knight g6, and white suddenly won a pawn.
Wow.
And look at your bishop. Oh, that's bishop on b7. Yeah, it's just blocked.
Okay, so you have to be careful and take care of the bishop on g4. And what can you do?
Rook g8? Or still knight takes e5? No, hard to believe, yeah? After rook g8, let's say knight takes e5. Is this move working here?
Now knight takes e5.
Pawn takes e5 and something connected with that bishop. And
bishop h3?
Bishop h3, yeah, exactly. Bishop f3 and bishop takes g2. No. And queen g5.
Oh.
Game over. Game over.
Good game.
Yeah, 16 moves, 0-1. Okay, and yeah. And what did...
so h5 happened?
So he played directly. Immediately he played the move of bishop e2. Okay. It's actually...
Smart.
After, if you do the same, h4, bishop h2, g4, bishop takes, knight takes e5.
So there was a way to stop.
Yeah, knight takes e5. This tactical way of stopping the pawn.
But then we can also prepare it by rook g8.
Exactly. Rook g8 here. Well, another, sometimes, no, I was thinking that do I have time for f6, knight f7, or f6, knight e6? Because immediately knight e6, pawn d5, pawn e5 hangs. And f6, knight e6, knight f4 looks too slow, yeah, probably.
But it's not not a very dynamic position, although now computer is...
Yeah, probably something like pawn h5 might be hanging in some variations.
91.
91, knight c2, knight e3, yeah. And this might be also interesting. I mean, sacrificing the pawn, but it takes, bishop takes, rook c1.
Bishop h5, by the way, at some moment.
Oh, great. Bishop h5, rook h5.
Oh,
it's not over. Queen takes, bishop takes a1, queen takes g6, queen f7.
And computer is saying equality.
And it is equal.
Just draw.
Yeah. It's time to offer a draw on this position. By the way,
or find the repetition, yeah?
You cannot offer a draw.
Yeah, that's very important because in the tournament there is a Sophia rule, which doesn't allow the offer of the draw till the move 30. But if there is a threefold repetition, of course, the game finishes in a draw, but the arbiter has to review if there was threefold repetition, and then he will accept it. That's a draw. But other than that, but it's a very nice rule to make players play chess because otherwise players could offer draw after move 1,
Yeah.
which we don't really want to see. So if bishop b2 stopping this h4 g4 idea, so let's try to find a way to maybe introduce one more time. What about rook g8?
Rook g8, yeah. But okay, somehow you want the rook to be still to be on h8, yeah. I mean, in case of g4. By the way, why not g4 immediately?
Without h4.
Yeah, because if you take on g4, now my rook is perfectly placed here on h8, yeah.
But if, wait a second, but if you don't take and bring the knight somewhere, then the pawn hanging on h3. Wait a second.
Yeah, you
And
can,
pawn is hanging on d4, by the way, at the same time.
yeah. So and the bishop is lost if you play knight h2.
But okay, knight d1.
Knight e1, yeah. I was just
Let's
want
see.
to
Yeah,
and
just
then
to
h4.
highlight.
Yeah, that's game over.
Okay.
So
knight
g4, basically after g4, white is forced to take on g4, yeah. Pawn takes g4 and
knight e1.
what else? And queen g5, checkmate.
Queen g5, queen h5.
No, this even my cat can checkmate.
Really? You have a cat?
I have a cat, yeah.
Do you have, it's a chess cat or?
She's a chess cat. Her name is 𝐸𝐤𝐡𝐚𝐦𝐦𝐞𝐢𝐤𝐡, the goddess of chess.
It's a good name.
Yeah, and she plays chess. She's 14 years old or 15,
Nice.
which is very old. Okay, so yeah, after queen g5, I mean, you don't need to be a grandmaster to checkmate.
Yeah, of course, with such name.
So probably knight h2 is the only move, yeah, to close the file. And now this the pawn on h4 is on g4 is under attack, and it's not easy. So queen g5, and probably white can even take the pawn.
There is also pawn hanging on d4, by the way, so it's not also so easy for white.
Yeah, that pawn, okay, might be important in some variations, yeah. Actually, why not, yeah?
Just to see.
Yeah, let's try. Takes bishop takes g4 or c takes g4, bishop g4, rook c1.
Bishop b6.
And then something like knight c4. Maybe b6 here, I don't know. b6, bishop b6, knight c4. Probably sacrificing too much, yeah? Yeah, sure. Why do you give, yeah. No, this is too much.
It's not sacrificed.
So, okay, so taking on d4, pawn takes d4, bishop takes d4, rook c1, and maybe bishop b6 or bishop e5, by the way. Let's change the defender. Yeah, it is a very sharp position. Maybe white should, instead of taking on d4, just bishop takes g4. D takes c3, knight f3. I don't know. I really don't understand.
Very sharp position, what is going on.
Yeah, let's say
everything is hanging somehow.
Bishop g4, knight e6, and finally black can castle long. Knight e6 followed by castle long. White king is still in a very big danger.
Okay, yeah, one more time. Let's go back now to the position. So bishop e2 is played. So we expect
g4, yeah.
g4. Okay, let's try again. g4. You have to take.
Yeah.
No way for a knight to go back. Take. So this looks
and knight
forced.
h2 once again is forced, because after knight e1, queen g5, it's checkmate.
So this position is forced, and then from here on, black can decide
to take on d4, or maybe something else. What is that something else? Maybe not. Maybe only e takes d4, yeah? I mean, you take a central pawn, you change it for g4, yeah, take on d4. Bishop takes g4 and d takes c3, yeah? Knight takes g4 anyway. Maybe knight c4 here. I don't know. Take on c3 and b6, something like that.
Wow.
And the structure is just falling apart. I mean, just.
Yeah, and also you cannot defend d6 after c7 pawn is gone. Then Yeah,
Yeah,
there is
so-
knight d6, bishop d6, and everything.
Yeah, and after c4, but you know that black can play this typical move like d3. Okay, I'm just trying to show that. I mean, if you take with the one of the, I mean, probably you take with one of the piece, let's say queen, and then black won a very important tempo. But how do you use this tempo? Maybe bishop e6, stopping the move b6. Because after, let's say, b6, bishop takes c4, queen c4, bishop b6, and at least black keeps the, I mean, good, the good structure. I don't know. It's so complicated. So complicated, this position. So g4 is one option, but also black can just improve his position. I don't know, just by knight e6. Can black sacrifice this pawn? Knight e6, take on e5, and now to push, yeah? Or knight f4.
Okay, let's try g4
This looks
maybe.
very interesting. Okay, it's for
Maybe
g4 here.
g4.
Okay, intermezzo. We take
Take
back,
with the pawn.
or maybe we don't. Okay, let's say we take with the pawn back, and if white takes,
Pawn
takes knight h2, then we have this extra tempo. So now knight c4 is the huge threat, yeah? Knight f4,
Knight f4,
knight
bishop
g5,
g4.
knight f4, bishop g4, and
What is this position?
well,
Two. Wait, white is up 2 pawns.
white is up 2 pawns. And here we, queen to g5.
Wait a second, bishop
if-
on g3 is hanging.
Yes, exactly. That's what I wanted to show.
Oh.
Bishop and queen takes g3 and checkmate. So
This is
after,
very important that bishop on a7, the whole game standing there doing not much, but after pawn is gone from the d4.
yeah, and one more checkmate is here. Let's say white plays the move knight c4, bishop takes g4, queen takes g4, queen takes g4, knight takes g4, and knight e2 checkmate.
And just good game.
Okay, so this is very interesting. So black can sacrifice even 2 pawns, yeah? So knight e6 is one idea, d takes e5, and g4, or g4 immediately. I mean, of course, I believe that Sadhwani is taking his time because this is a very important moment. I mean, you have so many interesting attacking possibilities with knight e6 or with g4 directly. Maybe h4, maybe rook g8. I mean, so many moves here are possible.
Yeah, many moves in the position. So let's go and check on the first board and see what's happening, because I just sneaked a little bit in the position and looked at the time situation, and I'm just interested what happened, because we have Arvind Tabatabai with 1 hour 15 minutes and Sugiurov with only half an hour.
So he spent basically here 25 minutes on calculating the move d5. So actually, we saw in the game of Motylev and Zhuzhenila Motylev, yeah. So if black manages to play d5, I mean, there are big chances that black can equalize here. So, and black did play the move d5, yeah. So now, if black manages, let's say, to trade everything, like d5, e5, piece, knights, bishops, then probably black is very close to equality. And so d5. Okay, so after d5, usually white reacts with e takes d5. As I know, e takes d5. Actually, white is winning the pawn. Knight takes e5, bishop takes g6, pawn g6, knight takes e5. It's a pawn up. It's a pawn up. So d5, white takes on d5. I mean, okay, if you take on d4, take on c6, take on c2, take on c7.
Oh my god, you
we
have to
can show
calculate
this funny variation. Yeah, let's
okay,
take on
take
c6,
everything.
take on b7,
Take on
b2.
or b2.
I want just to have this position with 4 queens on the board. Take on a1, and we have the position with 4 queens. Wow. Actually, after only 13 moves, 4 queens are on the board. It's a, yeah, I would say, unique position in chess history.
Is it record or probably
I
early?
have no idea. And you see the evaluation, actually. The position is playable. Yeah. Maybe white is just
Yeah.
slightly better because maybe white can just take
Because
this pawn.
white is the first to move, I think.
White
Yeah.
is the first to move, yeah. Okay, so this is
This
interesting.
might happen.
Yeah, why not?
And I just want to see how much time did Sugiura spend on d5. No, not so much. So he spent time earlier.
Yeah, he spent earlier. So d5, yeah.
So d5.
Okay, what else? Yeah, I mean, normally this is the reaction. Takes, and if knight takes, then white takes the pawn. So, and this one is like, oh.
Do you think by playing this d5, Sugiura just offers so many exchanges just to simplify the position, or?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a natural way of playing, yeah. So
to equalize, yeah.
Exactly, all your pieces are ready for the move d5. I mean, you can't improve with black anymore. You can, by the way, we can play h6, but this h6 move actually doesn't help much because when you play the move d5, e takes d5, bishop takes knight. The knight is hanging on f6.
Oh yeah.
So h6 is not an improvement. If you play the bishop on e6, the bishop is under knight g5, and also maybe the pawn on e5 hangs. I mean, no moves for improving here, yeah? So if you want to play d5, if you want to play for d5, you should play it immediately. And yeah, and here's so much to calculate.
And by the way, if you step back one more time,
yeah.
Here, if you can see, there were still some moves, some games played. By the way, 25 games were played in this position, and main moves were h6 or a5.
Yeah, and we have the game of two world champions here.
Yeah.
Kramnik Topalov back in 2016, not so many years ago.
Yes.
Not so many years ago.
Okay, many top games.
Caruana, yeah. And d5.
And d5 was not played.
Wow.
This is a novelty, new position here. Okay, maybe it was played online or in correspondence games or somewhere, but in Masters database in the top games, it was not played.
Just amazing. I mean, the move is so
fresh.
Yeah, and it is fresh, yeah, but it's so natural looking, and it was never played.
Interesting that no one was played. Yeah, but if you click, by the way, on the leeches there is master database, and if you click close to it, leeches. Oh no, sorry, just leeches. Yeah, here. Oh, it's escaping you. You can see how. Also, not on leeches. It was not played.
Wow. So okay. Yeah, so new position we have on move 13, and okay, let's check one more time. So take on d5, take on d4. Let's say white continues with taking on c6. Of course, taking on c3, this is just a funny line. Maybe black can black actually play the move d3 here? Or first, let's say rook takes c1, queen takes c1, and d3. Taking on c3 now, taking on b7, taking on d2. No, the queen is defended. Queen is defended on e1, and white is just winning here. An exchange.
This doesn't work.
Yeah. So okay, so just simple move: bishop takes b7, b takes c3. So white is up a pawn, but black is very active. Yeah. Let's say after knight f4. Look at this position. Two bishops.
Look at the bishops. Yeah.
Knight is on f4. Some threats like knight takes g2.
Knight d3 is also.
Queen d6, rook e8, knight d3. All the black
queen
pieces
d5,
are.
queen h5 somewhere.
Yeah, all the pieces are playing, and we have this typical compensation. Let's say more. Let's say for martial attack. Yeah, this martial compensation. Okay, so this d5 is very interesting idea. It's a very interesting idea.
And I mean, by the way, is taking time right now. I think VRL is also a good moment for us to go on a break. But for you, dear viewers, there is a special surprise. There is an interview from yesterday with the legend Vasily Ivanchuk.
Wow.
So while we're on the break, you are going to have an opportunity to enjoy it. So stay tuned for more from round 6 of the first Fujairah Global Chess Championship and enjoy this beautiful interview. See you in a few moments.
Amazing rook endgame, man. Perfect. Amazing rook endgame.
So would you like to explain what happened in your game?
Okay, so opening was a little, okay, bishop d6, it's normal, knight c3, now knight c6 it's something rare, so normal moves, c6 for example, normal moves. Korobov played against me c6. Okay, knight c6 he played, okay, I decide that he wants to take, and for example, if I play something like this, I decide that he wants to take, and if I take with bishop, to play e5. So I decide that rook c1 probably not so important move here, so I decide to play d4. Now I expect that he will play something like h6 or some waiting move to wait my bishop and then to take, and if I take pawn to push e5, if I take with bishop, I'm losing tempo, but he took immediate suddenly. Okay, I took with bishop, of course. He played a6. And now h3. Okay, castle totally possible, but probably after e5, I expected that his plan is e5. I planned to play h3 anyway to stop bishop g4. And also to stop ideas like here, if knight d2 with bishop takes h2 and knight g4 check if pawn on h2. For example, if I play here some random moves, I need at least calculate this. If knight d2, bishop takes h2 check, king h2, knight g4, and it's probably already losing, at least pretty dangerous. Okay, so this was idea of h3, sorry, h3. I expected him to play e5 and castle, okay, normal position, so, but he played suddenly b5. I was a little bit surprised that, okay, bishop is attacked, bishop d3, I didn't want knight b4 with tempo, so I decided to play bishop b2, bishop b7, castle, and suddenly he played e5, probably he just overlooked knight takes b5. Okay, it was not necessary, like could play something like h6 for example, or queen e7, I don't know, many moves is possible, but anyway white has quite a solid position now. Okay, there are other moves, but it's very principal to take the pawn. e4 doesn't work because knight d6, so he took, and I took, queen e7. Okay, so what can I tell about this position? White has pawn up, but black has some compensation because black piece is a little bit more active than white ones. So my knight is attacked, I should lost time. Of course I can play bishop f3. But now there are two questions. First question, he can take here, and after take, queen, pawn. Okay, of course white has healthy pawn, good winning chances, but I was not so sure how big my winning chances in this position after, for example, rook a7, rook f8. Okay, I played rook c1 and rook c2. It's very far from draw yet, but not so clear. But probably I would play this, but also if to play, just a moment. If to play bishop f3, not so clear what to do after knight e4. This was another question. And my knight still attacking. If queen d4, f5 is coming, then c5, so it wasn't clear for me. So I decide just go back with knight and okay, it looks a little bit passive, but black pawn is attacked, and this I was planning just ignore it. So my plan was just to take, and bishop h2 I don't afraid, because I'm just taking with knight. Probably with king is possible as well, but I don't want to consider bishop f3, so more solid looks this, and I have rook, bishop, and 2 pawns against queen with all active pieces, so this position obviously much better for white. So he played b4 to stop this. And now, okay, I try to understand what he wants. Okay, no direct threats, but probably he wants to play rook a5 and rook a8, something like this. For example, after queen c2, rook a5, and then rook a8 is coming, some kind of compensation. And I decide to stop this plan with knight d2, because now after rook a5 I have knight c4, and after rook g5 bishop f3. So okay, c4 is excellent square for my knight. And now he played the rook fd8, a little bit surprise for me, so probably knight d5 was interesting option. Idea if knight c4, knight c3, bishop takes c3, b takes c3, trying to realize this pawn, somewhere queen g5. Objectively it looks very dubious for black, but okay, black is pawn down, so, and very important that after bishop f3 there is knight takes c3. And now after takes, so king h1 is forbidden because queen f4, it's obvious, so rook f2 is only move. Now bishop c5, now bishop takes b7, more or less forced. Okay, probably there are some other, probably there is queen f1 as well, okay, but I consider it bishop takes during the game. Queen takes f2 check, king h1, rook a d8, queen g4, bishop d4, bishop takes d4, rook takes d4, knight e4. This position wasn't totally clear for me. So after knight d5, okay, I have choice to play knight c4 or to play bishop f3. So it was quite interesting option for him, but sorry. b4, okay. But he played rook fd8. It's another idea. When I played knight d2, of course, I am planning to play bishop f3, but now problem is that he has knight e4. If I take twice, he has bishop h2 check, and okay, of course, I can play this, of course, but rook takes. Even knight f6 check is possible. Oh, I missed knight f6 check. So probably it was a nice option. So knight f6 was spoiled pawn structure. He cannot take with queen, so takes. Yes, for sure white is better, but I'm not so sure if white is winning here. But okay, it was a good option, but I missed knight f6 check. Only now I see this. Okay, so bishop f3 probably was stronger than what I played, but I should see idea knight f6 check. Okay, so but I played queen c2, probably not the best solution. So bishop f3 was stronger. And now he played rook a5. So he has idea to activate rook g5 somewhere or rook c5. If knight c4, rook g5 is pretty unpleasant. So I decide to play rook fd1. And now if rook g5, I can consider, for example, bishop f3. If rook c5, for example, queen b1. bishop takes f3, bishop takes f3. If knight f3, knight e4 and knight c3 come in, so probably more tactical to take and take with knight, and okay, I have pawn up. Of course, it's not easy to realize this pawn, but anyway, I'm playing with pawn up without any risk. So it was my plan after rook c5, but he after rook g5, but he played rook c5 first. Okay, so knight c4 was a natural, and rook g5. Of course, I calculated this before, but I missed something. So my plan, my initial plan, was to play bishop f1. Looks very solid. And now bishop f3. Okay, knight takes d6 is threat, so black has only logical option bishop f3. So I have seen this, and my plan was to play rook d4. So queen e6 is idea, queen takes h3 is threat, and now rook h4. So I have seen this position. I was more or less happy with this position because bishop f6 is threat now. So after bishop e4, I can just play queen e2. Okay, a little bit strange rook on h4, but he has also quite strange rook on g5. But then I realized that there is something nightmare for me. Because after bishop f3, rook d4, he is not forced to play queen e6. He has this move. And this is very strong suddenly. Because I have no time to take. Because if I'm just take, he take here. And queen g5. And this is mate. It's no joke anymore. Okay, so what to do? Knight e4. I tried to find defense. For example, king h1. I considered it. And firstly, it looked okay because f2 is protected, but rook g6.
Oh.
After g takes, queen g5 is coming. Okay, I can take on d6, but just c d6, and I'm in big trouble because queen g5 is coming. If king h2, check from e5. So I understand that it's very big danger here. So I decide, okay, of course g4 looks risky, but already I have no choice. So okay. And I was happy that all my pieces good, only rook a1 a little bit passive would be better on c1, of course, but as my pieces are good, okay, king is very weak, but okay, somewhere I can think king f1, king e1 to avoid direct mate, and I want to take somewhere, okay, h5 logical move.
But do you think he missed here knight into g4?
Knight takes g4, really? What is this?
Oh, sorry.
Knight g4, if h takes g4, what?
I think h5, then after h5 was coming. Can you?
Really?
Okay.
I didn't see this. Okay, just a moment. g4, knight takes g4, and if I take?
Or something, rook h5 and queen h4. I think something was happening there.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, definitely we were watching with engine, so we know that, but on the board it was very difficult to
Possible?
find.
Ah, no. How it works? Okay, I don't understand if I take
h5, queen h4 is coming.
h4. Okay. Ah, queen g3, queen h3 check, and I have no squares. Ah. Yes, the same is, but okay, it's very far from obvious. Yes, I missed it, but he played h5.
I think rook h5 was not human move to find a check.
Yes, okay, it's not easy to see.
Okay.
Sorry, I missed this. Okay, so queen c2 was not a good idea. Okay, now I took, sorry, first I took here, pawn. I took here, and queen c7, very important move, and now I'm under attack, but black has problem with his hanging pieces. His rook is hanging and bishop is hanging. And now he played bishop e4, I'm not sure, bishop c8. Also possible bishop a8, so it's very complicated position, but okay, I had feelings that at least I am not lost here. But he played bishop e4, probably it's not the best, so rook c1 very logical to stop rook c5. So rook c1 takes. And now he played rook g6, probably rook e5 was stronger with idea somewhere queen h4, but okay, f3 is possible, I don't know, it's still complicated position. But he played rook g6, and now it was a choice for me to play rook c4 or rook d4, and very difficult to decide what is correct, so I played rook d4. Somehow it was miscalculation. So rook e8 he played. Okay, d5 is possible here, but after d5 I have this diagonal for my queen. Probably f3 even possible, so there is no queen h4, queen g3 check anymore. So he played rook e8, queen d7, and rook e7 he played. And it was very important moment in the game, because in my previous calculation I thought that I'm easily winning. After this, king h7, queen d8, rook h6 only move, rook e4, rook takes e4, queen takes f6, and bishop d3 is coming next move. So I calculated this, I was totally happy, but suddenly, when my opponent played this, I realized that after rook takes e4, he has check. And this is another story. After bishop f1, rook h1 at least draw, also he can take, so it was a very dangerous moment, because it's very easy to miss this. So I realized what is wrong in my calculation and decide to play different way. I hope it was correct one. So I checked with queen, king h7, rook e4, rook e4, bishop d3. Yes, so now queen f3 was possible, but after takes, rook c4, I'm better. I don't know how much I'm better, but I'm better. So in this position, so black should fight for draw. But my opponent played d5. Objectively, queen f3 probably was better, but he played d5. Probably he just missed king g2, and now it's disaster for him, because rook h1 is coming. So after queen h1, of course I can take and rook h1, but even more beautiful to play this.
Oh. Wow.
Nobody can take my queen. Okay, so he played rook h6, but rook endgame is losing for him. So queen f5. Correct one. Takes. Okay, rook c4 was immediately possible, but I decided to repeat moves. Rook h6, pawn endgame. I'm not winning because my pawn is weak. So maybe even I'm losing, I don't know, or at least I'm not winning. So I went back. Rook a6, rook d4. Takes, rook e4, rook a5. Okay, now probably rook f4 is winning as well with idea king f3, but this is more concrete ideas. Because if f6 immediately, he has idea g5 and king g6, and although I can protect pawn f6, but it's I'm not sure that this is winning. At least black has chances for draw. For example, g5, rook b4, king g6, rook b6. Also probably rook a6 is possible. Okay, so king g6, rook b6, rook a2, b4, rook b2, b5, for example, king f5. I am not sure that this is winning endgame. Probably it's more close even for draw. So I didn't want this. Because of this, I played rook h4, intermediate move, king g8, f6. So, and this is looks like, because after g takes f6, rook b4, he is totally losing, because structure is very bad. I will put rook on f4, b4, all my pawns protected, and go with king. So he's trying his chance, g5, but now rook h5, very technical move. Now he has nothing to do simply. So he played rook c5. Okay, if rook a3, I'm just taking, and rook g7. So he played rook c5, king g3, just waiting move. I want to improve my king, rook c3, rook g5, king h8. It was last trap, because now if rook g7, of course rook takes e3 is possible. But okay, so I just wait, and he has no moves. For example, if rook d3, I can play rook g4, and after rook b3, now rook g7, because with pawn on b4, it is not stalemate anymore. And okay, rest is very easy.
So Wesley, just few questions to you. That your start was not so well,
Okay.
but now last two games was looking nice to you. So how you feeling here in Fujairah overall? This is the first time they started this championship. So
Okay, very well organized tournament. It's very big pleasure for me to be here. Yes.
and what is your upcoming tournament? Are you going Grand Swiss or Fide World Cup?
Sorry?
What is your upcoming tournaments? Are you
Yes,
going?
yes, I will play in Grand Swiss, I will play in FIDE World Cup, both of them.
So you're coming to
Also-
India?
Also, I will play in Spanish Rapid Team Championship.
Okay.
20 of September. 20 of September.
Thank you so much, Wesley, for talking to ChessBase India, and we wish you good luck for your upcoming rounds.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, what a nice interview. Welcome back, dear viewers. We hope you enjoyed it. And we are here for the first Fujairah Global Chess Championship. We are your hosts for today and for the full event. My name is 𝐒𝐚𝐦𝐤𝐡, and I'm joined by Grandmaster Viral 𝐒𝐤𝐬. We were amazed by all the analysis of the legend, Vasily Ivanchuk. What would you say?
Well, yeah, it's just every time when I look to Vasily's explanations, I mean, for him, some variations like so easy. I just king g2 here, actually that end game, but okay, you just need to understand why exactly you go with the king back in the end game. I mean, even for Grandmaster, it's not easy to understand immediately his ideas, his analysis, his explanations. But it's wow, always great to see Vasily showing us or teaching us some chess. I mean, yeah, I wish him good luck on this tournament. And he won the last two games, so he's back. He's
By the way,
back.
he played a draw.
Yeah,
today
actually,
at
he
the-
made a draw. Yeah, in the playing hall, two draws. We had already two draws. We saw
by
two
two
draws.
Ukrainians, you can see, and also 𝐒𝐚𝐦𝐻𝑒𝐤𝐡 and Ivanchuk.
Yeah. Okay, Ivanchuk. Yeah, he played the French defense. Probably he wasn't that happy with the opening. And here we saw repetition. Yeah, Queen G4, King H7, Queen F3. Basically, Black cannot avoid the repetition. And Queen G4, threatening Bishop takes H6. Actually, I'm surprised that White didn't continue. I mean, this game, because it's like a typical French position. Yeah, where we can push a little bit. I mean, you can. Okay, so draw. Vasily Ivanchuk, and another game, Grebnev Volokitin. We have another draw on board 11.
All right, so let's get back to the board number one. See how did the situation resolve in the center, because we see already queen straight on the board. We left the position where d5 was played. This was a surprise for Tabata Bey, and surprise was that none game was played with this move, so it's a novelty. It's a completely fresh position, and we see that Amin went for take on e5.
Yeah, with the knight. And this is probably the best move. So probably by calculation, of course, by calculation, precise calculation, he found this knight e5. And the point being, like after knight e5, d5, no time to take knight e4 here. Because probably you lose a pawn. Knight takes e4, pawn takes e4, queen takes d8, rook takes d8, bishop takes e4, and if bishop takes e5,
bishop h7.
yeah, but still this is not so simple. Yeah, probably you play bishop g5 here, but I'm not sure. Let's check this line first, because takes rook e5, rook d1 check, king h2, and bishop e6. I believe black's compensation is just enough, or even more than enough, because it's opposite color bishops. Rook is very active. They have this pin, and instead of bishop h7, maybe bishop g5 first.
Yeah, if you play bishop f6, you get double pawns.
Yeah, rook e8, and maybe here white can use the pin and play the move f4. So you cannot move the bishop because bishop h7, and I don't know, probably black should play a move like h6 here or f6, which is probably not great. I know h6 here. White can take on h6, for instance. Let's try this move.
And then just step away with a, or take,
Yeah,
or take, or
take,
step away. Take,
okay,
because
if you,
can
yeah, if you step away, bishop c3 by no, bishop c3. Yeah,
Bishop
this is actually
h7.
possible. Yeah, bishop h7, king f8, only move.
What is going on?
Yeah, rook takes e8, probably rook takes e8.
Pawn takes, or bishop g, no, pawn takes, yeah.
Yeah, probably pawn takes, and well, but this one is not so easy. Maybe rook b1 at the end, yeah. And okay, but this, I thought that white is slightly better, but here maybe not that much, yeah. So anyway, so instead of d takes knight takes e4, black took bishop takes e5. Now knight f3. Once again, yeah, taking on e4 is losing a piece. So knight e4, bishop e4, d4, queen takes d8, and knight takes e5. Black is forced to retreat the bishop, and now I thought e5. Well, e5, probably knight e4. Black sacrifices a pawn. Bishop takes e4. It's
And
quite.
then similar position.
Yeah, exactly. And this pawn sacrifice is quite typical. Let's say rook to d1, king h2, and something like bishop out.
Yeah, so it's similar that endgame, but with the knight and the bishop.
So instead, white just took on d5, and here came a surprise to me. Queen takes d5. I was trying to figure out why not rook takes e1, knight takes e1, queen takes e1, and knight takes d5. What is wrong with this? The position is symmetrical. If you just give me a tempo, h6 or two tempos actually, h6, bishop e6, looks like black is fine, but probably.
Is there bishop h7 or something?
Yeah, once again, yeah, this bishop h7.
Just to see.
Yeah, bishop h7, king h7, knight g5. Let's say king to g8.
And if queen e4, g6.
If queen a4, that's, or even no, knight f6 actually.
Oh, knight goes back again.
Yeah, knight
similar
goes,
to the one in the Jujuner.
So no bishop h7, and I don't know, maybe white can play knight g5 first. And if h6, bishop h7, king f8, yeah?
And then bishop can be trapped.
And bishop can be trapped, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't know, yeah. It's a kind of initiative which is maybe bishop g5 first, yeah. So f6, then bishop to d2, and if queen f8, what is the continuation here? c4, and there is no knight before because bishop e7. And if you retreat the knight to
B6.
B6 there is A5, and black cannot take on E4 because double attack. Queen E4 attacking H7, attacking C4. Okay, so black just took probably a practical decision here. Queen takes E5, queen takes D5, rook takes E8, knight E8, queen D5, pawn D5, and this is the position on the board. I mean, the end game, white is slightly better thanks to superior pawn structure. I mean, this isolated on pawn on D5, but okay. I mean, it's not that simple. Yeah, I mean, white should. So what would be the plan? Bishop to E3, then push A5, maybe knight D4, knight B5, maybe bishop B3, then pawn can easily be protected. Maybe bishop B3, by the way, because if knight F6, then bishop G5. And okay, then or black is losing the pawn, or the structure.
But if bishop E6,
then bishop A6, knight D4.
G5. Or knight D4, yes.
Yeah, okay, one of the move. Yeah, knight G5 or knight D4.
Yeah, knight D4 looks of course
And
better.
and in some positions, I don't know if exactly here, let's say after move knight F6, white can even take on E6 and play C4. Maybe not immediately. Maybe something
bishop E3.
Bishop E3 followed by A5, maybe A6, creating another weakness, maybe rook A4, and in one of the moments white can just take on E6, yeah, maybe G4, F3, King F2, G4,
maybe F4, F5.
F4, F5, yeah, is another idea. Yeah, so white is much better in this end game. White is much better in this end game. So white is thinking, yeah, to play immediately bishop b3, maybe a5 first. Maybe it's important. Maybe bishop b3.
Yeah, many moves definitely. But what we can say from the position and also from the clock situation that for Amin Tabatabai is definitely going to be a way to try to prove some advantage in this endgame. For Sugirov, it's going to be probably suffering for some time till he gets the position equalized, because with isolated pawn, and also we can see that knight is on e8 compared to knight on f3, so a bit less active. So still there is some time loss in the position for black. So yeah, some chances for Amin Tabatabai,
Yeah,
and
exactly.
he will try to push.
Definitely. I mean, yeah, he will push here anyway.
Let's go to the board 2, where we have Jacobson against Pranav.
Yeah, and we left here after king b1, knight a6 and f3. Yeah, this move which limits black's activity. Bishop e6, knight h3, knight comes to f4, rook d8, knight f4, and knight c7. Yeah, so black is getting ready to play d5 or b5, or b5 might be also an idea. Bishop to e2 and a6.
So b5.
Yeah, yeah, b5 now. Yeah, queen to g2 and b5 and knight d5. This typical move now, or first take. Wait, how do we do this? No, then we lose the pawn on c4. Yeah. Yeah, this is the current position. This is the current position. I was trying to calculate this move knight d5, because if white takes first, no, then white is not in time. Sorry, white is not in time to take to play knight d5 because pawn a2 hangs. So if white wants to play knight b5, knight d5,
it has to be now.
Exactly. So queen takes d2, knight f6, pawn f6, rook takes d2. Now probably black takes the pawn with the bishop.
Because if with the pawn, the knight takes e6 and
at
then
least. Okay, actually this one might be not so simple, because takes, pawn takes, bishop c4, d5. I mean, black is very solid in the center. Pawn structure is good. But instead of taking the bishop, maybe white can play here rook c1 or rook d1 or knight h5. I mean, so many
moves, so many opportunities.
Yeah, I mean, how do we?
Or rook d1 or rook c1.
Rook d1, d5, and bishop takes c4. Yeah.
There is rook hanging on this.
Yeah, that's important. That's important. And white took the pawn back. There is pressure on d5, and this game is.
Looks great.
So knight d5, of course. I mean, take knight d5. Probably Brandon is just calculating all the variations after knight d5, but it looks like this typical from King's Indian, from Dragon. Sometimes this knight knight d5, and you have this intermezzo knight f6, damaging the structure.
Yes, it does look just great. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, knight d5 looks so good. I mean, because if you, I mean, even you cannot delay this move because then black or plays b4 or takes on c4. By the way, after b4, the knight is trapped. You cannot play a move like rook h4, rook e1, because after b4, your knight is just lost.
yeah, so basically it's even forcing, we can say.
Well, unless white can play e5 here, just so this tactical idea. I don't believe it works, but let's check. Let's check. Yeah, and if black takes, then queen takes d8, rook takes d8, rook takes d8, and knight e8.
The end of the story.
And attacking the rook, attacking the knight. Okay, knight e6, f e6, but black is probably doing fine. So there is no e5. Okay, but then knight d5, knight d5.
Yeah, 95 will most likely be played. For a moment, still Brendan Jacobson is taking time while he's doing so. Let's move on to the board 3, where we have Jujiner against Andrew Hong.
And do you remember, by the way, we said that this how can you maneuver your knight from d5 to g6? And actually, he did it. He did it a little bit in a different way. So
he did the other knight.
Yeah, the other knight. Okay, queen c2 and knight to g6. Yeah. Okay, defending the king side. I mean, black then can jump to f4, one of the knight, bishop to e4, and rook f to e8. Bishop g5. Okay, I like this move. It looks like the provocation. Yeah, if you play h6, then bishop d2 or f6, and there is no square d8. White is intending to play rook a to d1, and one day maybe bishop c5, maybe bishop c1 back. So bishop g1.
So this is the current position, and for black a big problem now. What to do? How to stop rook d1, or what to do with the bishop? Because as you are mentioning, h6 or f6 you cannot play, and the knight on g6 is hanging. I mean, not the knight, but the pawn will be hanging. So,
yeah.
But then if you don't play this, what do you do?
By the way, if f6 or h6, maybe white can win this pawn immediately. I mean, by sacrificing the piece. Let's say takes. And if black takes on g5, knight takes g5, knight f6, yeah, and I think
knight e6 or rook
maybe
e6?
not, maybe just improving the rook.
Rook e6, but rook e6, isn't it a good move because it's targeting the knight, and if rook takes, knight takes, it's a fork.
Bishop takes f2 check and queen b6. Well, it's a little bit too. No, the knight d4 back. Knight d4 back.
It's tough.
It is tough. Okay, rook takes e6. I thought that no time for rook e4. Okay, no time for beauties. Yeah, rook e4. Because probably black can take this knight, this rook.
Queen h7.
Queen h7, just a couple of checks, but no more than this. Check, king.
Unfortunately, no rook on d1.
d6 or d8, I don't know. D6,
rook d1.
let's say.
Rook d1.
Rook d1, king c6.
Oh wait, but there was knight d4.
Oh, the knight takes c4 is just hanging.
So king d8.
So king d8 was precise, yeah? King d8 was precise. Move rook d1, king c8, and...
Is there knight e6, rook e6, queen g8? But rook is coming back to e8.
Yeah, and we already sacrificed too many pieces.
Too many, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so bishop g5 and h6 was played.
Ooh,
okay. By the way, we have also bishop h6 idea here. Pawn h6, bishop, queen g7, rook e6. 3 pawns for the piece. Okay,
let's start with bishop.
Okay, just yeah. I mean, because after this, maybe white can take on g5. Black can take on g5 and.
Okay, then let's start with bishop h6 first.
Yeah, exactly. Let's try this bishop h6 move. Takes, queen g6, queen g7, and rook takes e6. 3 pawns for the piece, but apparently not enough. Yeah, takes, and king h7. Yeah.
Rook c6 maybe.
Rook c6, rook c8. I don't know which one. Probably this one. Yeah.
Because a6 is on there.
Because a6 is and yeah, and it's not enough. So okay, so h6 is on the board, and as we said, white can just retreat the bishop on d2. let's say bishop d2, provocation. Now
Mm-hmm.
black should
Figure out, yeah.
yeah, I mean, what do you do with the knight? I mean,
Do you jump back? Or do you jump to f8 or to e7?
or to f4 maybe, and to
Mm,
f4 looks deep dubious,
Is
yeah.
there some c4? No.
c4, b4, queen, c4, bishop f2.
Oh, let's not run the queens.
Yeah, yeah. So knight f4 apparently is possible. So okay, white can play something like with isolated pawn, but I think this is not that much, yeah. So queen f4, bishop d5, pawn d5, and just play this position. I don't know. Rook d1.
But rook d1, rook e1, and
Rook
then
takes e1.
and then d4.
Well, d4, I'm afraid that black cannot take back on d4. Rook
because
e1, rook e1,
e4.
because rook e4, yeah. So d4, c takes d4, bishop 4, rook e4.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, just let's say a safe way, yeah, for white. White is slightly better. I mean, just can play against isolated pawn. Okay, maybe, I don't know, if more than that, maybe a4. Here white can try. I don't know, a4. What else? Or bishop takes f4, queen takes, and move like b4, a4, or a4 here.
Is now c4 working?
Now c4. Okay, let's try it now. Takes, queen takes, and no beauties. Okay, rook c8. I don't know, maybe this one.
So if bishop d5, bishop f2.
King f2, rook c4, and queen protects the bishop, the rook. Okay, wait, just can I don't play something like queen to e2.
Queen d3, queen e2.
Yeah, queen e2, rook b8,
b3 maybe.
b3. I don't know, knight f6, or
Ah,
knight
there was
c3.
knight c3. Ah, that's why b3 is not
Yeah,
possible.
knight c3. Yeah. Okay, maybe
Maybe
white can
rook d1.
play on take on d5 and not take there. Maybe take and rook c1. Yeah. Ah, rook c1, bishop f2. Okay, blundering again.
One more time. This. But queen a6, rook b2 is not possible because queen c8.
Queen 2.
Queen a6.
And yeah.
After rook b2, queen c8.
Okay, yeah, good. So white is at least pawn up, which is very important here. Maybe queen c4 makes a drop, but this is not easy. This is not easy. Now white is still a pawn up, yeah. Take.
Pawn is a pawn.
Pawn is a pawn. Rook b1.
Or rook, yeah. Or rook e2 also.
Or rook e2 also, yeah.
And another rook will go somewhere too.
Yeah. Okay. So this is the current position, and
and she took on g6.
And black took back with the pawn. I mean, took the white square's bishop. And if this move, then probably bishop h7 check, king
Somewhere.
and take the pawn on g5. Yeah. Okay. Oops, it's not that easy because g6 immediate, or maybe first queen f4.
But it's not so easy to figure out this position for black.
Yeah, and there is knight e4 with tempo. But then what do you do with the bishop? And if you play knight f3, then g6.
And if you go knight e4 attack and then knight g3.
Yeah, bishop b6, g3, queen h6. And
knight d6.
So many things hanging. Queen takes h3, knight e8, queen takes g3. Again, we have this. So once again, black took on g6, and why not
on g5?
Why not on g5? Maybe bishop e4 directly. So now pawn on g5 hangs.
And bishop d5 is a threat also in some lines.
Yeah.
If you play f6, you will weaken the light squares too much.
Maybe queen to f4. Queen f4. Once again, don't play g3 because queen g3.
Rook d1 maybe.
Rook to d1, yeah. Yeah.
Now it's a threat.
Yeah, now pawn is threatening, so...
By the way, how do you defend the knights? Because rook d8, bishop takes anyway.
Well, probably I don't. I just leave it. I just play something like g4.
And if take,
Queen
and
takes,
take on d5.
Pawn takes, and pawn is a pawn. Pawn
And we
is a
take the
pawn.
pawn. Rook g5 is a threat.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's just a pawn up for white. Just a pawn up.
Okay, let's go back to the position. So bishop d2, she played.
And
That's what we were discussing, right?
yeah, but here it's clearly better for white. I mean,
Yes.
Look at the position. I mean, rook e4, rook e1, bishop c1, queen e2, knight e5. I mean, you just play by hand the rest of the game.
Black just spoiled the pawn structure just voluntarily.
Yeah, exactly, and no compensation for it. Well,
yeah. And also there is bishop. Yeah, there is bishop against bishop. So.
Yeah, white structure is just fine. Okay. I mean, rook e4. Okay, but this is very serious. I mean, imagine if you play this, if you take the bishop on g6. I mean, till the rest of the game, you just defend. Yeah, you don't have any, let's say, active. And by taking this bishop, at least there are, let's say, opposite color bishops. I mean, black can create some threat here. I mean, I don't know. Maybe black can play here a move like queen g3. I don't know.
Yes.
Just something. I mean, you do something. Now, who knows? If you play rook d1, maybe just resign in one move after knight f4. No. I thought black is winning here, but not.
Okay,
How do you defend with white pieces?
Knight
d4.
Yeah.
Knight h3 and king f1, and all black's pieces
Everything
are
is hanging. Oh.
Rook, knight, queen. Yeah, okay, not so easy.
Okay.
Yeah, not so easy. So, okay, another good game for Georginier. Well,
She's getting great positions.
Yeah, she's getting great position. Okay, of course, white is not winning yet. I mean, you have to show good technique here.
But there are chances for an advantage.
Yeah, I mean, rook e4. I mean, or rook e2, rook e1. I mean, 95 even. Okay.
And the most important, the long-term weaknesses, so she can use it anytime.
Exactly. And for black, I mean, there is not even a chance to improve his position here. Maybe if black manages, let's say, queen f7, queen f5 maneuver, and one day maybe to push e5, e4. But this is not realistic at all.
No, it's not at all.
No. I mean, okay, it's just advantage for. I mean, big advantage for Georginier. Yeah. Shall we go to?
Yeah, let's go to the board 4.
4.
Where we have Shankland against Suleiman Lee. Ooh, what an improvement from the position.
Yeah, so this is what happened. And after knight d4, bishop f4 was played. Castles, okay, as we predicted. Takes, knight f4, queen e3, everything, and g5. So, and rook a3. Okay, this is a nice way of defending the third rank. Rook f7, doubling, tripling. g3 immediately, okay. Knight h3, king h3, g4, king g4. And nothing there. I'm trying to... No, and I don't see anything. I was just trying to make it work, but no. Takes, and
Just
king is
coming
on...
forward.
Yeah, and no threats, nothing here, yeah. Okay.
Wow. h5, king h3.
Yeah, just king goes back. Okay.
Cold-blooded.
Yeah. So knight g6, king to g2, okay. Now white managed to consolidate his position. Knight h2, queen g7. Now knight f4 is on the board. Queen to g2, prophylactic. Knight e7. Now black is rerouting the knight to c6, maybe b4. Rook b3, knight c6, d5. Well, I don't like this move. I don't know why. Because and what about rook takes b7? Why not rook takes b7? What's going on
Take
there?
e7.
Probably e takes d5, e takes d5, queen e5. Just something simple. So takes, and queen e5. And black is taking the pawn back, and then the king is.
And everything is defended.
Actually, rook is rook is in
Trouble.
big trouble. Yeah. Yeah.
There
Okay.
are no squares, by the way, for the rook.
Yeah, okay, on a7,
On
but
a7.
yeah, queen takes d5, and okay, and should be something there, yeah. Okay, so then rook to d3 here, e5. Okay, queen takes e5. So white won a pawn, but black keeps very active position h5 with the idea of
g4.
g4. Yeah, exactly. Queen e1, defending the pawn e4. Yeah, if black plays now g4, then black just simply takes twice on g4. Okay, c5.
So if pawn takes on c6, then take with the pawn,
Pawn
then
takes back, yeah.
and then at some moment maybe d5.
Yeah, rook c3. Okay, stepping out from d5. And this is the current position. So white is pawn up, but black is very active, especially the knight on d5 rooks. I mean, all the pieces, yeah. And d5 is one idea, and the other is g4.
But black should not forget that pawn and that passer on the a file. So
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
something what brings some really huge advantage to white if we consider the endgame. But for a moment, of course, there is huge dynamic advantage for black. That's why it's also not so easy for white. So let's try to continue. Okay, there is no g4.
No, probably white takes just twice on g4, hg, hg, knight g4.
So if there is no g4, how can black improve, or what can black prepare in the position?
Also, d5 apparently is not possible because e takes, and queen takes e5.
No, earlier it was possible because rook was on d3,
d3, yeah.
yes, now not anymore.
So how? Okay, black can probably like improve like rook f6 and queen f7.
And then g4.
And that still g4 is not possible, yeah.
Yeah, you need some piece on g file because the main idea was after knight takes on g4, knight f3. So.
Or you can just defend the pawn e5 and play for d5 idea. Let's say queen to e6 followed by d5. But you don't want to waste the tempo. I mean, to protect the pawn and to play d5.
What about h4 and bringing the knight to f4?
h4 and bringing knight to g to okay, I like this idea. So
if you close the
yeah, if you close the knight e6, yeah. Knight e6, rook takes c6, knight f4, king h1, knight h3, but just something like queen to d2.
And pawn is hanging on d6.
And pawn is hanging, and here we have two passers. Okay, there are some threats here, but maybe not enough, yeah? So then maybe not knight e6 immediately, yeah? Maybe a move like c5 or maybe d5. Yeah,
d5,
I like this idea very much. Look at this knight on h2.
It's just blocked by everything.
So how black starts? Maybe black, can sacrifice one more pawn. Let's say d5, takes, queen takes, and knight e6. Knight e6. Despite of two pawns down, I believe that it's not that simple.
And black wants white to take one more pawn. That would be ideal.
Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, h4 is, I like very much this idea. But you know that black can play d5. Like, I was just trying to make it work. I don't know. Okay, maybe so first h4, g4. Now you're already at d5, and e takes d5, and can black play here e4? I know the rook is dependent on it, so that's not possible. That's not possible. Okay, so here how black can
improve,
yeah, play first, maybe protect the pawn, yeah. Maybe rook c7. It looks a little bit well, I mean, why do you use the rook to just defend the pawn, yeah? But from the other hand, imagine the knight on f4, yeah? How do you protect the pawn on h3? Let's try. I mean, I don't know, rook c7, rook c8, one of them. So rook c7 followed by knight e6 and knight f4. And,
easy plan.
Easy plan.
So
No
queen
queen.
d2.
Yeah, queen, because no queen c1 because knight e2, and if queen d2, still black can play this move.
Because of course queen cannot
Queen
take on
d6, knight
d6.
f4, yeah, and then knight jumps to f4, then black just black prepares the move d5 slowly. Yeah, it's a good compensation.
I think something else was played. Rook h7.
Rook to h7.
Wait a second. Sorry. No. First
No.
rook b7.
Rook to b7. Let's try to.
Attacking the pawn.
And now rook h7. Okay, so it's why do you improve white's rook? Yeah, or this is maybe not an improvement. Yeah, because black wants to play. Okay, so let's say white plays the move like b4 or a5. Yeah, let's say a5, and the idea is probably this one. This, and now queen h5, and in that position you would have the rook h1 move, and now you don't. Now you don't, and then now queen h3 is the big threat, and black is winning.
Okay.
Smart.
Interesting idea. But now also pawn square is available for the knight for later. But of course, this idea is also very.
Yeah, immediately knight f1, yeah, then g4. So g4 is now is a big threat, yeah. So not time for white to push.
Is white forced to play rook f1?
Rook.
Rook f1.
Here rook f1, yeah, just rook back. Interesting.
Prepare against g4. So now g4 takes.
G4 now takes, and queen h5, rook h1, yeah. And white is just in time too. Yeah. So rook f1, and here black to play.
Again h4.
h4 and then rook c7. Okay. Oh, but now I can try to trick you. Now this rook goes to b8. And if you play rook f2, now g4.
Oh, yeah.
And if you take, I mean, just a small demonstration. No, queen h5, because knight f6 check. So we need the rook on f8. We need the rook on f8. Okay, so it's not good sometimes to be over. Yeah.
So yes,
Rook h7, rook f2, and here g4. Okay, h4, yeah, h4, we have this idea. So, no, so after rook h7, rook f1, yeah?
For example.
Okay, repetition, of course, is always an option, but... but can black start with the move queen h6? With the threat of g4 now.
Okay.
And you don't have queen c1 because, or queen d2 you have. Queen d2, yeah, stopping everything.
What about some g4, take on h6, take on f3?
Knight f3.
Then...
Rook f6, knight takes d4, and we take on c6, and we are just winning all the pawns there. Yeah, and then now we play a move like queen to, but queen was on g6, yeah. Yeah, it's not easy. It's not easy to make progress here with black. So rook h7 was played, and did white play the move rook f1? No.
No, not yet.
Not yet.
But okay, maybe it's not the only move. I don't know what. Maybe rook c1.
Rook c1. So by the way, and now f3 hangs in some variations, but where exactly? Okay, I found. g4 takes, and rook takes f3.
Oh.
Rook takes f3 and queen g4.
Queen g4.
And threatening the rook, and also threatening check from h3. Now all black's pieces are... So white cannot leave the third rank.
Unattended.
Yes, and then what do you... So rook f1, yeah, rook f1, inviting for draw. Maybe white can play the move queen d2. No, with queen d2 you don't prevent the g4, yeah? You don't.
Actually, still.
Yeah, you don't prevent g4. Yeah, okay. That's very interesting. That's very interesting. Rook
What if
h7.
white plays g4 themselves?
Yeah, and then we keep the possibility of to take. Yeah, maybe immediately. Let's say black take or knight. No, basically here this.
Yeah,
This
just knight
first
is
rook
coming.
c6, knight
The
f4
same idea.
check, and then knight h3, and we take on g4.
And
this
if king
is
g3, checkmate.
wow. Okay. Yeah, beautiful checkmate. I mean, the square f2 and h2 is blocked by your own pieces.
Yeah,
And actually,
bad luck.
we don't need all the pieces, the queen, the two rooks. We just
Knight and pawns.
just knight and pawns. Yeah.
The most important opponent's pawns. And pieces, by the
And
way.
pieces. Yeah. So rook h7 is played, and white is thinking.
Yeah, okay, probably let's let Sam think for a while and come back a bit later. For a moment, let's go to the board number 5, where Abhimanyu Mishra is facing Ronak Sadhvani.
And we had here the move bishop e2, and black did play f6. Okay, one of the
Your idea, yeah.
yeah. I mean g4 of course is the move that you want to play. I mean, but if you are not sure that you get advantage in the complications and maybe just lose the pawn on g4, you just play f6. You bring your knight on e6, knight h4, knight f4. You have time. All right, knight e1. Okay, attacking the pawn g4 now. This important pawn because the knight can go to h2. Yeah, and in case you open the file,
And
this
now there is
might be
queen
just
h7,
losing.
by the way.
This might
Now
be
queen can come, queen can slide.
Yeah.
Before there was pawn on f7.
yeah, it's one more idea, and here black's attack is well probably decisive. And oops, just not to jump, and instead white played the move h4 and f5. Wow. Okay. Pawn takes f5, knight h4, b6.
All somehow all the ideas we discussed
Yes,
are
exactly.
combined.
Yeah. Okay, bishop takes and knight c. I thought knight c4. Okay, bishop b5 check first. c6 and this is the current position. Wow.
And now Mishra is taking time.
Knight c4, then bishop c7, and the knight is trapped. Yeah, this is probably the simplest variation we can show to our viewers. And now the bishop is lost.
Bishop can
Yes, so knight c4 is not possible. Bishop hangs. Okay, bishop d3. Yeah.
Just going
By
back.
the way, I want to sacrifice today, and not only today.
All the
generally,
time.
All the time. And if you take, I want to play. I know I'm not in time to. Maybe I'm in time. No, but just f6 wins the piece back. We don't. Maybe we don't need to.
No need to complicate.
No need to complicate. Yeah, we play just this move. Apparently, this one is also winning, because queen g5 or queen f6, knight e4 is coming.
Oh.
And then we
all the
take.
pieces are working.
Yeah. Okay. So this then there is this intermezzo. After c6, we have d takes e5 intermezzo, and if black takes back. Knight c4, now it's different. Now this one is different or not? Or still bishop c7 and bishop is lost? Probably no big difference, yeah?
So
can we play knight e4 here? And if it takes the bishop, then f6? Or f6, queen f6, knight e4. Okay, let's try. f6 first, queen f6, and knight e4. Queen to... Back to e7?
Let's try queen e7.
Yeah, knight d6 check. Butler so check. King f8 and bishop c4. Okay, we can take on... No, we don't take that bishop.
What is this position? Oh, 2 pawns for black.
2 pawns for black, yeah? Okay, this might be too much, but...
But king is open and there is not much activity.
Yeah, next move is like rook b1, gaining one more tempo, and f4, but it's a little bit illegal.
Yeah, a little bit.
Otherwise, that will be nice. Yeah, just open the file.
Just swipe back the bishop from b6 from the board, and it would be nice. Okay, so c6 is on the board, so some big decisions now for Abhimanyu. So knight c4 doesn't work just yet, but d5 is a move. What else is there? Is there?
Okay, white can play just a move like bishop d3, but I don't believe. I think it's just slows down white's initiative. Let's say bishop d3, just knight takes f5, and yeah. So you don't have time to retreat your pieces.
Okay, what about f6 now?
Okay, let's try. Queen takes f6.
And knight e4 now.
And knight e4. Queen e7.
And now bishop
Ah,
h4,
bishop h4.
and then knight e6.
Okay, very good, Angelica. This is like, wow. Strong, simple and strong.
Just combining all,
exactly.
all the tempest.
So this is how chess should be. This, king e7, and now do you take the bishop or you just retreat, or how do you continue?
I mean, for sure, this knight c8 is a simple way. You take and go back, but do you have DE? Do you have
DE, because black cannot take the bishop. Because after knight c8, rook c8, queen d6, white takes the piece back.
But there is a problem because there is g3 here.
It was a blunder, yeah?
G3 here.
Oh, g3, okay. Nice intermezzo.
Oh, yeah.
And knight f3, we just take on f2 and the game is over. Okay?
Okay, so we have to be aware of this. So it means not take, so... Such a difficult position, everything is hanging. Is there queen e2?
Queen e2. Wow. Okay. Looks nice. Very good. King d6,
Queen
then queen
e5.
e5, and the rook hangs.
And the same, the bishop is taken.
Yes.
So queen f6 is the only way, or queen g5 to defend.
Let's say queen f6.
Okay, now there is at least knight e4 or take.
Or just white can take with the tempo, then retreat the bishop, and material is equal, and white is still attacking.
By the way, we have f6 and queen f6 is right now on the board. We might see this variation.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so one more time, knight e4. Let's try to break it down. So knight e4.
Queen e7 is queen e7. Yeah, it looks like only move. Now bishop takes h4, queen h4, knight d6, king e7. Where else? Maybe to f8.
But king f8, then just bishop retreats. Yeah, bishop c4, and then we get similar position what we were discussing, but black is up only one pawn, not two.
Yeah. Okay. So king e7 is forced, and here, of course, not d takes e5, but queen e2. Strong play. Wow. What can I say? I mean, so
we should combine our efforts and play in superstars tournament.
Okay, I like it very much. I mean, like it very much.
Yes. How to defend? So maybe not queen f6, but queen g5.
And yeah, because now if we take no tempo, yeah.
Okay, apparently I missed something huge.
f4.
Oh, now f4 is possible. Bishop is not pinning the pawn.
Yeah.
I forgot. I always forget about this pawn because it feels like it's illegal. But now it's legal.
Yeah, and after f4, okay. I mean, just game is over.
Okay.
So queen f6, and then we take on d5, on e5, and then retreat the bishop. Maybe black can play a move like, can I play such a... Okay, let's just check, yeah? This rook h6. Blundering as usual, yeah?
So many blunders. Okay, knight f5.
Knight f5, bishop f5, no.
Queen is 5?
No, but you can start with. Because any piece now on e6, knight f5...
so king is first to move.
To move to f8, and then
queen f4? No, queen f4 and rook f6.
Queen e8 check. Oh, it's so...
Oh, yeah.
No, this is just bad. Okay, rook h6 is just it's a clear.
Or there could have been knight c8, rook c8, queen f5.
Okay,
there.
Yeah.
But okay, it's
no. This is just a blunder. Then what else? Bishop e6. Bishop e6, queen e5, and queen f6.
Oh, we found.
This might be the best defense for black. Knight f5, queen f5, queen h8. Now we take the bishop on b5. Okay, so bishop e6. Bishop c4.
Bishop c4, yeah, also.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Strong idea, strong idea.
Continue pushing, continue
Or
pressing.
you know what else? Okay, I'm not sure, but just let's have some fun. Rook b1. Well, okay.
Acceptable.
Yeah, okay, okay. Okay, let's not blunder pieces. I mean, too many.
Oh.
Bishop c4 is
Maybe king bd6.
queen e5, king d7. Okay, let's check this one. Let's check this one.
It's not so
Check.
trivial, yeah.
King d7, bishop. Ah,
Now we have to
take, then
yeah.
bishop c4, and take, knight takes, and rook is protected. So no. Okay, but it's so hard to find moves here, yeah, in this position. I mean, do we play a4 here? No, okay, this is too much. Come on.
d5.
d5.
No, but there's this d3 again.
Yeah. We need to be careful in opening the bishop.
There could be also, I don't know.
So queen e5, queen f6. Yeah, that was the problem. If g3,
yeah,
then
queen
yeah.
h3 maybe.
And now queen e5. And there is no queen f6. But
And
g3, queen e5.
Then knight e4.
g3, queen e5, and now e4, but queen somewhere, yeah? I don't know, to g7. So no. Okay, let's play this crazy move.
By the way, knight e4, queen e7 is played according to the line.
Okay.
Let's just check the.
Yeah, so once again, and everything is played. King to
Wow.
e7, and we might see all this. And f4.
Incredible.
Okay. Still, I want my crazy move on to be played here. Okay. Thank you very much. Not today. Not today. Then what is the solution?
And what were you discussing about knight f5? Or
Well, we didn't. We somehow we just
didn't like it, yeah.
For some reason, yeah, we didn't like this move. Take something on e6, maybe the knight, and
yes,
take, and then white is black is just a piece up. So, but what about the move knight c4? Simple move. We didn't consider.
Bishop c7.
And now knight takes e5.
And now there is knight g6.
Yeah, and bishop e5, queen e5, take the bishop, maybe that position is
maybe
good,
d5
with good compensation. Okay.
Let's try it. Knight
I don't
c4.
like this move, that this might be the solution.
At least, yeah.
One of the
okay,
moves,
bishop c7. Let's
bishop
do this
c7,
line.
and knight takes e5.
Bishop takes, queen takes,
Rook
pawn
hangs.
takes.
Rook hangs. Knight f7, then queen c7. And then, okay, probably. Then what should be played here? Maybe still, yeah, knight f7,
queen
c7, king f6.
And bishop moves.
And we just retreat the bishop, yeah. Material is...
Pawn, no, it's equal.
It's equal, yeah.
What? Oh.
It is equal, yeah.
After all this adventure.
Quite an achievement, yeah, to have this. Yeah.
Oh, no, this is a crazy position. And by the way, look at also the clock situation.
Yeah, but once again, what is the move here?
Wait a second. He didn't play king e7. He played king f8.
King f8.
And bishop c4. As we were discussing earlier, king f8 was a mistake.
Apparently, this is a mistake. And after bishop c4, which was played now, I mean, it looks like black is in trouble.
It does look so.
Yeah. I mean, king e7, at least you want to connect the rooks, you attack the knight. But after king f8, well, he thought maybe this tempo is not really important, yeah? And now what do? You have, yeah.
But look at this knight on d6. I mean, it's not even targeted by any piece. It's, and d takes e5 is always there, although you have to be careful because of g3 ideas. So what could be a move? Maybe he wants to play queen e7 back, or
queen e7
queen
back,
f6.
yeah, let's try.
I don't, no, queen e7, because queen f6
Queen e7, yeah.
Okay, there's also something here.
Do we take the knight? Do we play rook b1 first? Maybe take on c8, rook b1.
Oh.
So many possibilities
Do
here.
we play queen b1, queen g6?
But the knight and wow.
I don't know.
And if queen takes g6, queen takes b6, but somehow we
It's not good, yeah.
yeah, we just change our strong knight for the,
Bad bishop.
so taking now, but what is wrong with taking now on e5? Then queen takes, yeah?
And then knight is defended, so we can play some move. We can play queen d3 then.
And what do we wonder?
Queen g6. No, I just attack.
Why this position is so good for white? Why?
Maybe just take on e5 and knight c2, improve the other knight. Knight c2, knight c3.
Well, let's check. So taking on e5, queen takes e5,
Knight c2.
knight c2,
Oi. Oi.
G3.
G3, yeah.
Probably no, g3, knight d4, or knight e3, or knight d4. Ah, knight g4, yeah, now I got the point. And if queen takes here, we have knight e6 check and that king.
Ah,
A
just
blunder after blunder. Okay, so what is the move here?
queen f3.
Okay, queen f3 check, king e7, rook e1. Yeah, so once again, so here not d takes e5, yeah, but what is the move? I believe that it's something very, double attack. Look, so nice. Your idea, actually. Takes, and queen b1, attack the queen f5, double attack.
Nice. Wait, so we have now bishop is on c4. And okay, but black didn't play
Yeah, black
this, but this
plays-
is a threat.
Yeah, this is a threat. Knight
Now
c8,
we
rook c8, queen
understand.
b1, attacking the bishop, and queen f5, double
Okay, so
attack.
there is no time for retreating with the queen. What does it mean for black? Black has to do something about either bishop on b6, either move it back to a7, or play bishop
Okay, but
d7.
can black just take on d4? I'm continuing my strategy, being greedy.
What about taking on c8 now?
And rook takes,
And queen b1.
and queen b1. No difference, yeah? Okay, then I have a small intermezzo here. G3, bishop g3, fg3 with check. It's a discovered attack.
Wow.
It's a discovered attack. So
Doesn't
after
work.
g3, and yeah.
That means everything was bad in this king f8. Even rook on f1 is standing there.
Yeah.
Okay, so black cannot take on d4, black cannot retreat with the queen.
Yeah, and what? Rook h6 wasn't here, yeah? What about the move queen to f6 we didn't check?
Yeah,
Because the queen covers the square f5.
Let's check it.
Let's check it, yeah. Queen f6. If knight takes c8, rook takes c8, and queen b1. Okay, just move the bishop away.
Okay, if we take on e5, then it will be similar to the queen d7 line,
Yeah,
which would be not so
it's
good.
quite logical. So pawn take e5, queen takes e5.
And here we were looking at knight c2, which is not good. So we don't do it.
Rook b1.
So we transpose to the position with queen e7, but yeah, rook b1.
And rook b1, bishop c7. And we cannot take because checkmate on h2.
What about? Okay, then rook a2 doesn't work as well. I wanted rook a2, rook e.
Yeah, but let's take it first. Take. And now we have so many possibilities here.
Knight d3, knight c2, rook a2.
Yeah. Queen d7.
I like, by the way, rook a2, rook e2.
Rook e2, rook a2. Okay.
Wait, my computer doesn't like it.
Okay, decent move, but queen d7 probably wins.
Yes.
I don't know why. Just because it's like the move, you know. And bishop c7, there is a 4. And if something else to c7, let's say queen, then Czech Republic.
Czech.
And then, okay, knight d3, rook b1, knight d3, knight f4. Okay, with such a king, black cannot survive. So bishop c4, and Sadhwani is thinking, but not easy, no easy moves, yeah, for black. I mean, we didn't find a way how black can, well, at least maybe get into the slightly worse end game or have some compensation for the material. Okay.
But it's getting very tough now for
Yeah.
Raunak. And wait a second, he played some moves, so let's wait for a second. What
Yeah.
did he go for? Looks like
C takes d4, but E takes d4, but
we
this
were
one is
discussing knight c8.
queen b1, queen b1, queen f5.
Okay, let's try one more time. Is there any other move? Knight takes c8.
Rook takes c8, queen b1.
Okay, apparently there is something else.
Yeah,
instead
I
of
mean,
rook
this is
c8.
what we, yeah, so the knight is kind of a trap, yeah. And so there is a bishop c7 move that we discussed.
But here we said g3.
G3, yeah, there is no bishop g3, and now queen to f6, and the knight is trapped there, yeah. F3?
Let's go.
I don't know.
Computer knows.
Yeah, completely no. So then, yeah, and then next we just take on g4.
And yeah, black cannot really do much. King g7 anyway, we take on g4.
Yes.
Yeah, this is game over. Okay, so if instead of king g7,
So maybe not queen to, maybe queen to where? To g5?
g5.
But then the same move, f3, f4, I don't know. Also queen takes d4.
Now queen d4. Yeah, that was.
Attacking the rook. So yeah.
That's why queen f6.
So queen f6 and f3. We might see, by the way, this line. This is
You
what.
might see this position, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, what a sharp position. I mean, I love what is happening on the board. And
But the only, yeah, look at the only thing is that Misha is so low on time, with 9 minutes only.
so he has to calculate, and we also remember from the previous rounds when players had great position and were so down on the clock, like yesterday in Zhuzhner game, like she was up in the position, she was winning, but then the clock was the one who made it some mistakes for her, and unfortunately she didn't win the game, but still had a very good draw. So let's shall we take a look at the first board, or do we have any other special boards
Yeah,
below?
just-
Maybe go through the results.
Yeah, so it's a draw on board 8 between Cheparinov and Aditya Mittal. Okay. It's, yeah, and I saw actually in the very interesting game I saw on the playing hall is the game of Zemlyansky with Salem. It was
I think Salem was
crazy
attacking.
position. Yeah, it is crazy position. I mean, look at the pieces. You don't even understand how the pieces are moving. It was French defense. Let's just show briefly. White played this pawn sacrifice variation. 97 h4. Okay, a6, knight g6, knight b3. Okay, there are so many things to say about this position, but we'll just probably skip.
Yeah, let's move on to the critical
Yeah,
position.
exactly. So c4 takes bishop to e3. Both kings are would be under attack soon. So knight e5, knight c6, bishop 6, knight e4, and rook g8. I saw this move Salim played in seconds. So rook to g8, probably just ignoring the move knight e6. Now knight e6, I thought that black wants to sacrifice the queen by playing d4. That was my calculation. I just wanted to have some fun.
Wow, it
Just
does
move
work.
I was just trying to calculate, but okay, I'm not able to calculate such lines. And this, and just take on e3, and okay, everything hangs. I mean,
No, this is
king
just
is on fire.
incredible.
Yeah. Okay, so
The sacrificing a queen.
yeah. For a pawn, I saw this moment, but okay,
Amazing.
it was just. And instead, white played the move rook c1, bishop to b4, coming with tempo. Okay, rook e2 and knight to c4, queen b3, and this is the current position.
Yeah, this is what they
What's
have now.
going on here? What's going on?
Just some pressure on the c4 square on the knight. And if you take, then there will be always bishop opening. So, and that's why also knight has to stand on d4. Anytime knight moves away, there will be d4 immediately.
Yeah, but
I
I'm
don't
afraid
understand.
it's actually not that complicated, because white just can take any time to c6 and then take on c4 and just attacking for free. This is what I'm afraid that that can be here played. Yeah, queen b3. I mean, if you retreat the bishop, just take on c6, take on c4, and
I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Let's go to the fourth board because something interesting is happening there.
yeah.
Board 4 is Shankland against Suleiman Lee.
Okay, so
What is
so
going on?
so here rook h7, a5. Just ignoring. g4. Yeah, this one is said it's checkmate, and a6. Yeah, cold blood. Just you go to promote your pawn. Yeah. Okay, taking on h3 and king h1. Rook g7. Queen f1. Queen takes g3. But why do you allow an f4?
Oh my God, what is going on?
I mean, why do you voluntarily destroy your king side and just to, okay, but actually it's interesting, yeah, because
King side or pawn?
or pawn on the king side, yeah, what is more important here, yeah? Okay, queen g2 doesn't work. Okay, just let's, I don't know. Can I play this move? Queen g2 check? I'm just trying.
Take.
I'm just trying. Rook takes, pawn takes, queen takes, and just something.
Funny.
Okay, just let's take on a. Oh, sorry, it's first take here. Yeah,
Yes.
I'm just yeah, I was just trying to
Queen.
calculate the length and taking here. Yeah.
Or there is knight e2, knight f4.
Oh, rook rook c6, knight f4, rook c6, and then two
Maybe
passers.
not so good. Yeah.
Maybe rook. What about rook a8 here? Maybe this is just enough for a draw. Yeah. The taking on e5, taking on e5, rook a3.
And maybe just knight c2, knight b4.
Knight c2,
And then rook a4, c5.
c5, a7, knight b4, and knight c6, yeah?
And knight on h2 is too far.
Also, black can try this. This, knight c7, a7, knight b5. And winning the pawn, and probably this is just a draw.
Suleiman is taking time in this position, but I just want to give an update on the board 5. We were looking Mishra against Sadvani. So it did happen how we discussed. Knight takes c8.
He missed the idea of rook b1, of queen b1, sorry. Wow.
And he's just thinking now. Look at him. He's shaking his head. I mean,
So he didn't see it, this idea from far, yeah, which is actually very strange. I mean, you can't be so naive, yeah. Just believe that okay, everything is under control. I mean, queen b1 at the end, and game over.
He cannot believe it. He's just shaking his head. I mean, and Abhimanyu Mishra is walking very close, by the way.
Yeah, but the game is done. I mean, just the game is over. I mean, just a piece down, no attack for black, no pawns, nothing, and also the king is just.
Did you find anything here?
No, it's just finish. I mean, instead of taking the, I mean, look, white just took on c8, yeah, and I mean here it was the last chance to play bishop c7. Bishop c7 because anyway the knight is lost, yeah. So he just didn't see this the simple double attack, yeah. And if g3, queen f6, and this was the position that we discussed. And here white should find not an easy move f3, not an easy move f3, and instead just was a blunder, yeah. I mean knight rook takes c8, queen b1, and the game is over.
No, this is just crazy that the grandmaster with such high level missed this mistake, and yeah, this is.
But you know, the move is so far, yeah. It's like it shows exactly the beauty of chess, yeah. This geometrical motif: queen to b1, attacking the bishop, and actually queen goes to f5. Yeah, that's a beautiful idea. It's a very beautiful idea, and yeah, Mishra is winning. I mean.
Do you think he is just going to resign next moves, or even maybe
no?
now,
I don't believe. I think Black will just continue because okay, still we have 2 pawns for the piece, and the position is still. I mean, there are possible some variation like Black brings the knight to g5, let's say, and then some knight f3 idea. But yeah, normally the game is over.
Yeah.
And let's check a little bit board 1 because
very briefly, yes.
Yeah. So Yeah, so knight g5 was played, bishop d4. Okay, not easy defense for black. Rook c6. Yeah, this is the current position. Okay.
Yeah, I would suggest that we go on a short break because we also have an interview of Pranav. I think it's from yesterday after he won the game. So it's very nice for us to see and to get some insights from him how it all went. So I would just say, please stay tuned for more from the round 6 of the first Fujairah Global Chess Championships, and we're going to be right back.
So, Pranav, you won this game. Can you take us to your game? What happened?
Yeah, I mean, he played a lot of stuff. I did not really prepare for this, but I checked this before Chennai, I think. But yeah, I remembered seeing c4, but I'm not sure. I did not exactly remember this actually. I think rook b1, yeah. I think this position he was just fine, and yeah, knight h5, queen g3, queen e7. Yeah, I mean, here it was a bit unpleasant, like my king was weak and he also had the double bishop. Like after c5, I thought maybe I can at least bring the knight to d5 now, but I think still his position was fine. And yeah, something I think around here, like now I was a bit happy because okay, at least I'm a pawn up now, and okay, even though it's a weakness, I thought at some point the a pawn could be a passer in the future. So yeah, bishop c6, rook b1, f5. I don't know if I should have played knight d5, but yeah, knight d5, queen d8. I don't know what around here suddenly. I mean, I think it was not that easy for him because I was also thinking this move bishop a4, but queen d3. I think gf5. This is what I was saying during the game, and I was thinking of bishop d7, f4, and yeah, I thought okay, it should be maybe slightly better, but yeah, this move I was very surprised because after this, I don't know what, maybe he missed this move knight d2 which happened in the game, because if he just takes takes g6, I can just play queen d3 or something, and he cannot really take this pawn because always g6 is hanging. So I mean, next move I can just play a3. So he took this and then knight d2. Yeah, I think this position should. I mean, he should have taken this. I think at least I thought this was a better try. Like take king here. I mean, now seeing something like this. Then some queen a8. I mean, I knew this was winning, but my king is very weak, and I think around here I had some time, so maybe I would have figured it out. But yeah, this position I was not really sure because I thought his queen can come, but I think yeah, just at some point I will play f4, and that should be winning, opening the position. So after this, okay, after this I mean, I knew it was winning, but yeah, suddenly here. Yeah, here I played f4. I mean, here I took a lot of time, I think, before this move, because first I think I missed knight h7, and then here I was thinking this for a long time actually. Bishop g7, king g7. I mean, here queen g4, queen g5. I mean, I can trade and go to the endgame, but I was thinking this move for some time, because now the idea was to play like knight g5, and then okay, and actually I wanted to play rook e4, knight e4, knight f4, but first I was actually thinking about this move, because now if knight f3, then queen f3, bishop f3, knight e6, and I win the queen back. But yeah, here funnily this move, like suddenly I started calculating this, and it was not that clear. Like here queen h4, king e3, queen e7. I did not know what to do here, because okay, you give a check. I mean, if he takes, my king can escape, but he will just go king f8, yeah, and then yeah, it's already equal, isn't it? Like, because now my king is stacked, bishop c2 is a threat, and he has a lot of counterplay. So I think here for knight d5, knight g5, When I would have played rook e4, knight e4, knight f4. Okay, I'm a pawn up. His king is weak, and at least this position, it's not that like I have to calculate a lot here. So I thought this would be a simple option. And I think around here itself he was maybe playing like for some tricks, because I think the position was gone, and what he did, it was actually like I had to calculate a bit, and I also had less time. So queen d7. Yeah, it looks very scary, but like I think if queen h3 wins, knight e4 is also knight e4 is winning, but yeah. So e4. I mean, I could have taken, but this bishop g7, queen g7, queen. I think queen c5, fg3, and then I can maybe push some h4. But I think this. I mean, I wanted to stop knight g5 first, so I took on c5, fg3, hg3. Yeah, I missed this move queen g4 actually. I'm not sure if knight f5 is the only winning move here, because I did not see any other win during the game, and yeah, because I was thinking like this move, but then he plays this, and then okay, bishop g7, king g7, there should be some mate, but I did not see it. Apparently, yeah, bishop d4 is also possible, but yeah, I thought take queen e3 was winning, but yeah, knight f5, he took. Yeah, after this it was, I think, clear, because if you played this, I just take, give a check, and then king g8, queen g7, take everything, and then we give a check first, so that he has to go back, because if king g6, I'll just go rook c8, and then
Spinning on.
Yeah, after this, actually, yeah, after this, I thought it should be easily winning, and he played this move, which I did not see at all, like bishop c3. And then, okay, I cannot take, I think, because he will.
So, Pranav, you won this game. Can you take us to your game? What happened?
So we are in the sixth round of the first Fujairah Global Championship Masters with an excellent game against Ilam Party. Congratulations on the win. Would you like to share your thoughts on the game?
Yeah, sure. So coming to the game, I wanted to play something solid, but Ilam Party, true to his style, complicated things right on move 4. So all pretty normal until now, and now he played e4. This is called Abigan Vladimir Gambit, and he's basically sacrificing the pawn. And had I taken 94, can capture, get initiated with d5. I have to play knight g3. First take knight g3. And he can push h5 and harass my knight further. So I take queen a4. My point is, if he plays d5 cd, there is a pin, so he can't capture back, and e4 is still hanging. So here I need to move b5 and I need queen e7. But he surprised me with this move a6. And his idea is pretty clear. He wants to play b5 and take this e-pawn and then play d5. So I thought, okay, I have to capture because it's the only critical try. And here he took and played this very interesting idea with b. So his point was, if I take cd, which I did in the game, cd, it looks like white is winning in exchange with knight f6 or knight d6. It's knight d6. But the trap is after bishop d6, queen e4, and let's say bishop e7 back, queen a8, and knight c6. The queen doesn't have any escape source. So here I played queen d4, and I thought that this is the only move for me. And here he played d5. And now my pieces are getting pushed back. If I just play knight c3, after bishop b6, I have to reckon with knight c6 and d4. It's very uncomfortable. I think he's already better. So here I gave queen e5 check. If bishop e6, then knight g5 was my point. And now I can take knight e6 and I simply slightly better. But in the game he played bishop e7, and the game became even more sharp because he's sacrificing another pawn. And was good to take rook f8 and knight g5. And here he developed his knight with knight g6. His point is to play knight b4 or knight b4 if given a chance, and then to invade on c2. And it's not easy for me to stop this idea because my pieces are totally underdeveloped. So here I became even more greedy, but the point is not to take the pawn. The point is to cover the c2 square with the queen. And here we played this mysterious move bishop f6. I did not really understand his idea. I thought we had to play queen c7 and get a knight b4 again. But had he played queen c7, here I think I was planning to play e3, knight b4, and here I saw bishop d3. Yeah, bishop d3, and I thought white should be holding. Here, if we place bishop f6, threatening rook h8, and then I can't defend d3, I thought here knight h5. Maybe a3 is even better, but during the game I thought knight h5, bishop e5, and now I can just move my bishop f5. Because now rook h8, there is knight g7. On bishop f6, I played e3 just to develop my pieces. But after bishop e6, he also allowed d4. And now I thought I was winning because once the pawn structure is cemented, he doesn't have any breaks, and then I can develop normally. And once my pieces are developed, white is just 3 pawns up. So he played queen e7, I developed, and here I think I played queen d3, which is good because queen d1 might look more natural, but queen d3 giving a tempo with knight b4 is smarter because even though he gets knight b4 and rook c8, his threats are not real. Knight c2 is threatened, but after just bishop d1, which I think he underestimated, I'm just threatening a3 or bishop d2, and his pieces have to go back. So here he played rook c4. I went bishop d2, just developing. Now also I want to play rook c1 and trade pieces. He went a5, I played a3, driving his knight back. And now I'll finish the game completely. I took the pawn, which looks risky because after bishop d7 there are all kinds of discoveries. But I can just run with my king and finally win the castle. So here he took, and I grabbed. I lost the thumb of the pawn. And here bishop e6 he played, and after check, with c8, and here the center point is bishop a4, forcing his king to go f8. And he played bishop e7, but and king d8, there is bishop a5. So after king f8, I can take on a5, and now there is a double threat. His knight is hanging, and bishop b4 is coming, pinning the queen and king, and that's where he went.
What a fantastic game. I think around 11th or 12th move, you got the advantage already,
Yeah.
right? And you were also so much ahead on time. So, would you like to share with us your preparation coming into this game? Because as you mentioned, the Ilam party is quite strong in his category, his race category. So, how did you prepare for this game?
I did not prepare a whole lot, but I wanted to play something solid, so that's why I chose English opening. But already on move, I knew that he plays his c6 line, but after queen a4, he had only played queen e7, and after queen c2 d4. I prepared this from the white side, but he surprised me with a6. This didn't even exist in my hand. So from here on, I was strict on my hand.
Amazing game, and 3 more rounds to go. All the very best. Thank you very much.
Welcome back, dear viewers. It's round 6 of the first Fujairah Global Chess Championship here in United Emirates. We're having so much action, and first results are already in. As we were discussing before the break, there was this huge blunder by strong money against Ivanchuk. Ivanchuk managed to score a super important victory.
Yeah, after Queen B1, we just resigned. So one made a couple of moves, Bishop C7, Queen F5 check, and a very important move G3. Queen is under attack, and Rook on C8 is just lost. Queen E7, Queen takes E8, Rook F8. Actually, I'm not sure that the move was played, and here we have to resign. Wow, I mean, yeah, I mean, this is the rule, yeah. When you calculate the variation, you and you can calculate the same line, just calculate one move. More. This is exactly the case. So you are calculating starting from here, yeah. This is just because from move, let's say 91, it was everything for testing. Queen f6, 94, e7, everything for check, okay, king e7 for is. Here was the only move for black. So king f8, and bishop e4, taking go d4, knight c8, rook c8, and queen to b1. Okay, very nice game for Mishra from the delegation.
Incredible, and but I also heard the early interview, so we hope that we're going on to get it very soon. And we have another result on the board for where Shanghai drew swing on B, and we were discussing.
Actually, I was just making a joke about G2, and he did play. So this is like probably the way to make it draw. Takes, and like it's in time to eliminate the pawn a6. This is actually what happened. Takes, rook c5, rook takes a6, rook takes c5. No more material on the board, yeah. White is taking white is taking h5. And we have some development in the game of Zhu Janir and Hong Andrew. So around, yeah, so white was better. I mean, around here, then game is much better for white. Knight e5, everything that we discussed, and the position after king of, yeah, rook a5, knight c7, knight e5, rook d8. Here it was a blunder, rook to d8, and b4 she missed the win here.
Okay, let's try to find
what is the win here? Yeah, so knight c6 looks like double attack, but after bishop b6, black is in time to protect, yeah, because rook hangs, rook takes back.
But what after knight d8 and knight e6? There is no knight e6.
Knight is yeah, defended there. So what was the win here? Rook takes a7, rook a7, knight c6. There is a check on a1. Okay, not easy. Who said the chess is easy game? I mean, we know that the position is winning. Okay, but that's not, the movie is probably very good, but it's okay. Good, Angelica. So you found immediately, yeah? C4 and white is
I
winning.
just tried to fix the problem that rook was not defended.
So now rook is defended. And if black takes, then knight c6, and bishop b6 actually, it happens the same. Happened the same. So it's not about to defend the rook. It's just about probably to bring the bishop
c3.
to bring the bishop on this long diagonal, and it's not. And once again, like try again.
Guess again.
Yes, again, yeah. So c4 once again. So c4, b takes c4, and what is the win here? Knight c6, bishop b6, bishop c3 apparently is not winning.
What about rook?
Rook a7, rook a7, knight c6, rook a1. Bishop e3, just bishop takes e3. I mean, no big surprise that Fujairah didn't fight, because it's not easy actually. Maybe just knight takes c4 and computer says, okay, this is just winning because you have all the advantages, and this is not, of course. Okay, stop guessing.
Okay, there should be something tactical. I mean, there is +3.
Well, so knight c6 is not the move. Bishop c3 is not the move. Knight c4 is not the move. Rook a7 is not the move. No more moves.
F4, but okay, f4 doesn't.
Yeah.
Okay, I have 4 idea. Take on g5, take, bishop takes, king takes, knight f7. But
okay,
it's
f4
very long.
just g takes f4, knight d5. Okay. Yeah, maybe our viewers they can find the win here. Yeah. So why to play and win? Just chat.
Just type in the comments.
Type the solution, because we can't find here. We simply cannot find.
It's not easy at all.
Come on, Angelica, usually you find such ideas, such tactical idea. I can just explain. So knight g4 check. Maybe first, but knight g4, king f7. And why this c4 was important? It is clear that bishop on c3, yeah, should be the move.
Yes.
So what was the problem, bishop c3? Rook d1? No. What was the problem of bishop c3? I don't remember.
We didn't really look So rook d1 probably.
Rook to d1, yeah. But then there is a pin. Okay. Takes, and bishop takes f2.
Oi. But wait, rook is defended.
Rook is defended. I wanted to take the knight at the end, but I blundered this double check.
Oh.
I just blundered this double check. So, okay. Let's concentrate. Let's
focus.
Let's focus and find. And what is the solution?
F4, h4. I don't see anything. No, there's not.
Knight c6, bishop b6, yeah. For some reason, that one is not winning. I don't know.
Can we try f4 or something? I don't know.
F4?
Or h4?
No, we are just guessing here, because f4, I mean, this takes, I mean, maybe we will find the move by guessing, but not by calculation. maybe something like g3 or g4 and then bishop here. No, but it can be so complicated.
If you want, I can try to, meanwhile, in my window, to ask computer if you want.
No.
No? You want to find? Yeah.
Of course.
Okay.
What about move knight takes c4? We tried it. We did try, yeah. Incredible.
I mean, f4 we didn't try, but you don't want to play
no, actually we can try. Okay, let's try.
Okay. Yeah,
Maybe you can
again.
play the same idea of the move g3 with the idea bishop c3 and if rook d1, king g2. But I don't believe that the solution is so slow. I don't believe the solution is so slow. So knight c6 once again, the problem was bishop b6, yeah? Bishop c3 check. I know, king f7, then rook knight d8 checks. King g6 on the move. And everything is protected. No more candidates.
Okay. So one more time, we looked at knight c4, we looked at knight c6, we looked at rook a7.
Bishop c3, f4, g3. Can be the move. Okay, if the move is king e1, I resign.
What about b3?
b3, yeah, just no.
No, the idea is bishop c3 and then it stops rook a1.
Okay, this is extremely deep. This is extremely. No, you know the move can be king e1, but if this is the win, then I don't know. Just to guard the square d1 and to play bishop
Okay,
c5.
let's try.
No. No, come on. Okay, we just finish the moves. No more moves here. Okay, so and also no solution from our viewers, yeah?
No.
Maybe we can try. Not, yeah? So why to play and win? Bishop b4 doesn't make any sense. Knight g4 check here for some reason also. Okay, we're just guessing. h4, your idea, also not bad, but not winning. G3 with retry. Nothing. Well, nothing wins here. Rook a4. No. All equal. So it's probably only move here, only solution. Only solution that we cannot find. Bishop e3. Then just bishop takes e3. No.
And then rook a8.
Take by anything. No. It's winning material, yeah? It's winning material. So b4, let's try your rook.
Okay.
Okay.
No.
Okay, b3. Same
Yeah.
story, Charles.
What is going on?
Okay, so it's the moves are finished actually. No more moves in this position. Okay, 7, knight c7, knight d7, knight c6, knight c4, knight f3. No.
It's crazy. Rook a3, rook f3.
Oh, wow! But this is brilliant. This is
That's why
brilliant.
c4.
Wow!
Okay.
Big respect. Wow, this is amazing. Rook a3, and you change the side of that. Rook a3, rook f3, and then bishop b4.
Okay,
That's
fine.
really brilliant. Congratulations. Okay, so now I know who should play in the Superstars tournament. Wow, this is the okay.
Okay, we played c4 with a different idea.
Yeah, I will include this position in my database for solving. No, this is really beautiful. Yeah, c4, bc4, rook a3 with rook f3. But it's so hard.
It is
so
very
hard.
difficult.
Yeah.
You have to see this rook a3, rook f3 first. And
Okay.
wow. Of course, it's understandable why Jujiner missed it. I mean,
Yeah.
she's still human. So.
Yeah. Is she?
Oh, look at this. Wait, we missed many moves, and apparently she
did play c9. The
she
best
played
move.
c4.
Yeah, actually, she's playing good. I mean, positionally, I mean, of course, it was really very hard to find that win, but she won a pawn, and she's
She
probably
won another pawn.
she won another pawn, but the bishop is misplaced. Yeah, probably you should you cannot keep all your pawns here. Yeah, so she managed. She gave the pawn, and bishop to d2 wave. But why not bishop d2? This looks like a.
Wait a second. What is going on after rook e4? No, rook c1. Oh, I
No
was so
rook c1
scared
check,
because
yeah.
rook c1, king e2, knight c3.
And what was the move here? Probably b5.
Just
White.
going forward.
Yeah, I think just white can push b5, or maybe rook to b2, by the way. Rook to b2, rook is
yes,
behind the
supporting.
fast pawn, and then it just push. And also the bishop comes back, and then king to e2, d3, c4.
It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, so this is probably the moment where she missed the clear win, h3 and rook h8, yeah? So
Oh, now
not so
material
much
is getting
material.
very
Yeah,
limited.
exactly. So it's about material. It's about material.
Oh.
She probably missed another win. She missed another win today.
Oh, this is tough.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what to do? I mean, these things happen. Of course, it's but it shows how much she deserves. And meanwhile, we have a result, by the way.
Yeah, by the on board too.
Surprising result.
Zemlansky is silent because it looks like around here the position is just winning for white. Bishop a3, okay, everything hangs. I mean, nothing is clear what's going on here. Rook c3, king to b8. Okay, looks like everything hangs, and you just play the move like king b8, knight e6, queen c8.
Here, don't sacrifice the
knight takes d8, rook g2. So Silent sacrificed both rooks.
Both rooks.
And now it's a perpetual. So there is no king e1 because queen h1 checkmate. And we saw this checkmate.
Wow.
No, okay. Escaping, I mean, by sacrificing two rooks.
I remember he already escaped in one of the earlier rounds, 2 rounds ago. He escaped the attack, but then he wanted the endgame and lost that game.
Yeah.
But again, Salih is very strong in defense as well. Of course, in attack, he is super strong, but apparently as well as finding defensive resources when it comes to sacrifices, for sure. And so what do we have? We have still first board playing. Let's move on there and see.
Yeah, and yeah, it was like just pleasant endgame. White is much better. All the pieces are active. There is also isolated pawn on d5. And also white is much better on time. So bishop d7, knight f3, bishop e6, knight e5, rerouting the knight, knight to d3, knight e4, knight b4. Okay, f5 just to defend the pawn, and knight takes pawn on a6. And black is thinking, so what's going on? Let's try to take the pawn back, yeah? Bishop takes a5. And
no.
Is there like some tactical ideas here?
I mean, there is some pin on the diagonal. There is also pin on the e file.
Okay, if nothing works, white just can play the simple move knight b4. I mean, bishop takes b4, c4, and probably here white is still slightly better thanks to bishop's pair, but maybe not that much. And one more idea is to play knight c5, but it leads to opposite color bishops. I don't believe you really want to play this, yeah? Knight e5, knight c5, bishop c5. Yeah, this is a good chance for black to call. Yeah, maybe b4. Yeah. So once again, this is the current position. What else?
Okay, so first of all, knight is not under attack, so doesn't have to move yet.
Maybe just a simple move like rook a1 and knight b4. Yeah, this is just a simple solution. And rook a1, bishop d8, and knight b4. And white keeps the attacking pawn. Now the rook is also active. Rook can jump to.
By the way, we have rook a1 on the board, and bishop d8 was played.
And now knight b4 was played too.
Just now, okay.
Yeah, so white is still better. White is still better, and okay, not easy position for black. Look at the time, yeah, look at the time difference. So the database, okay, 3 minutes against less than 1 minute for Sanan Sugirov. And let's go to board number 2. Let's
go there because there is Jacobson playing against Pranav V, and we have a rook and knight versus rook and bishop endgame. Yeah. How did they get there?
Yeah, we can show very briefly,
yes. Because we left some time ago. We had some more other interesting games to follow.
So knight d5 was played. Actually, he took on e6 first. I don't believe it was necessary, but okay. Just takes, takes, takes. He just didn't want to give the pawn on c4, yeah? Okay, still white is much better here. b4, f4. Apparently white is playing very strong here, yeah? And e5, yeah? Breaking black structure. But the only thing is that is reduce. I mean, it's just reducing the material, yeah, so much, yeah.
Yeah, just,
I mean, just
trading and trading.
Yeah,
and...
knight d5, king b3, knight c7 back, king c2, or
How many
repetition,
times did
and
you
bishop
win?
h7, yeah.
We're still trying.
So white wants to play probably rook to h5, maybe retreat the bishop back to d3, king c3, bishop, or king c2, bishop d3.
Also
So
bishop g8.
rook or bishop g8, yeah, rook from h5 attacks both pawns, h6 and b5, plus bishop on d3. Then white also can create a passed pawn, let's say rook on h5, then g4, g5, take the pawn a, change the pawn h for pawn g, and then this pawn might be
Passer.
yeah, very dangerous one. Okay, so this is the current position. Now, have been played, yeah, so many moves. This is the current position. Okay, no big changes. Okay, so what else do we have? Maybe we can go to Masters tournament.
Let's go there. Let's go to the
because
Masters.
look at the position here. I mean, black is, yeah, this is the game 𝐒𝐤𝐸 Hardaway Brewington, yeah?
Yeah. If you click on the analysis, just so you have the evaluation bar.
Yes.
Just,
And
okay.
let's go from the beginning just briefly. Okay, what was that opening? c5, c3, okay.
So it's reverse Slav?
No, just they play now, it's exchange Slav, yeah.
Yeah.
It's just exchange Slav, and okay.
So if black doesn't play Slav, then white can
Yeah,
play
yeah,
and
exactly.
get...
Okay, it looks like it's a calm position. And queen d6 here, look at this move. Can you expect such a move?
Wow.
Just like, it looks like absolutely normal position. Okay.
Nothing
And here,
different.
like,
boom.
oof. Okay, rook d6, rook c7, queen d8. So white sacrificed the pawn. Queen d7, bishop c6. And now white is forced to give the rook for the bishop, but still, yeah, probably white is playing for a win here because the pawn on d7 is too strong.
Yes.
Apparently.
King is coming.
Yeah, and also we shouldn't forget that the queen is a queen.
The queen is the queen of the board.
Yeah, the queen is the queen of the board, and actually, yeah, exactly what happened. The king is now defending the pawn, and
defending the
c5.
promotion.
Defending the promotion, yeah, and this is the position, yeah. Queen to b2, and one more, yeah, this is actually the important moment. Why? White cannot take on c5 because queen d5 check. I think white missed this moment, yeah. So king to d2, and after c5, no time. There is no time to take on c5.
So bishop d3.
And this is the current position. And now
probably take on
queen
d4
or queen d4 and c4. I believe it's just very simple. Check. King
e2
and c4, and game is over. The game is over.
King bishop c2.
And if c3, then bishop d3 back, yeah? And we need the queen to d2. How do we do this? Let's say, yeah, simple. c3, bishop d3, check, and queen e3 next move, and checkmates, promotion, pieces hanging.
Queen d4, by the way, was played. King e2 was played.
Yeah.
So this is the current position. We
yes.
might see c4.
And
he's reaching for c4 now, I think. He's reaching, you see, like he's reaching for c4, but not yet playing. Yeah, he plays c4.
Okay, it's quite simple, yeah. So c4, bishop c2, c3, and queen e5 and queen e3, and the game is over. Game is over.
Is there king f2 after queen e5? So
let's try.
Bishop c2, c3, bishop c3, and king f2.
And what about this check?
No, king f2.
I'm sorry, king f2.
Maybe there was something.
And queen to g5, for instance. I don't know.
So,
Anyway, black reaches the square
yeah.
d2
okay.
from
From some
from different
angles.
yeah. So it's a game over. It's game over.
And now a6, for example.
Oh,
So c4 was played.
yeah.
Now.
Let's stay on this position. Yeah. So c3, bishop d3 check. King
Bishop
f2,
c2 was played, by the way.
queen g5, a6, queen d2 check, bishop e2, c2. Okay, c2 apparently is a big mistake. Look, it's not so simple. So after c2, a7,
Yeah, that's what I was
c1,
trying
there
to
is
create a
check.
counter.
By the way, this is checkmate. Look, this is big mistake. And after white promotes with check,
you have to take with the king.
you have to take with the king, and after a8, white is just winning. So
Wow. You have to be careful. The queen c2 is now on the board.
till the end, yeah, it's not so simple. So after a6, queen d2, bishop e2, c2 is not winning. So probably check on d4 is important intermezzo. And if king f3, now c2, and there is no a7 because queen d5 check.
Oh.
And if you go with the king to f1, then c2 comes with tempo.
Yeah.
And if king to g2,
Then
then
c2 a7 again.
c2 a7, but it's c2 a7, yeah.
Because there is no queen e4.
Yeah, so still
Queen e3, no.
oh, queen e4 check,
Bishop f3.
bishop f3, and it's not easy again.
Okay, queen. What about queen e3?
Queen e3, bishop f3, c2 a7. Another game, yeah, another queen d5.
What about queen d2?
Pinning the bishop. Pinning the bishop, yeah, that was very important because if king f3, no square
Then
f3
queen
for the
d4.
bishop,
Queen
then
d5,
c2,
sorry.
a7, queen d5. If king f1 then comes with check. If king f2, the bishop is under pin. And
King f2
c2, a7, still draw.
again. What is this? What's going on?
So probably, actually we had this position. So queen d2 is just not winning because king f2, and you have to play again. So what is the move? Queen d5, no, queen d5 is the win. And there is no bishop f3 because queen a2 check. And
nice.
yeah, this is a geometrical idea, yeah.
We
So,
had so many of this today.
yeah.
Queen b1, this idea.
Yeah, exactly.
And we have moves on the board. Okay, not yet, but they played something. So I believe, yes, c3 was played.
C3 was played. Yeah, probably we will see this, but I'm not sure that that it is so easy to find for black, especially with 2 minutes on the clock only. So
yeah, so for a moment now, Sivuk is taken. So let's go back to the superstars because on the board one there is big developments. If we also switch on the evaluation bar, then we can see. Oh.
Yeah, so here after rook a1.
So rook a1 was played.
Bishop d8, knight b4. Black took the pawn on g4, and knight to d2. Yeah. Bishop takes pawn. Apparently white is pawn up, but
one pawn.
Yeah, but after check and king f7, okay. King to f3. Yeah, don't forget to bring your king. This is one of the most important rules in the endgame. F5.
Wow. 2 passers for white, 1 passer for black.
And king cannot approach to the center. I mean, h4 check.
King has to go back.
And king f4. Yeah, king f4 or rook h7, king g8. Okay. King f4. This is the current position. There is no h3 because rook h7. The pawn is just lost.
And with rook c2, there should be some rook
a8 probably. Yeah, rook a8.
And then f6, f7.
And then f6, f7. Okay, we can show this variation to our viewers. So rook c2 or rook a8, king e8, and just the move f7, f6. With the threat to play f7.
Or there was, no, there was not.
Rook takes b2, f7, king takes f7, rook takes d8. Maybe black can hope here for some. Yeah, actually, it's not that simple. h2, and black will push another pawn,
And another pawn.
and then yeah. So still you need to
Show some technique.
so,
Yeah.
and rook c2 was played.
Oh, okay. We might see rook a8. Rook a8 looks very logical. You
Yeah.
pin the king to a bishop.
By the way, if you start with f6, probably the same. Yeah, no big difference. Yeah. And what about if I don't want to give you the pawn, and I play before, then h3, yeah, and h2. Yeah.
But
Yeah, then black is in time to.
but
to
wait a
defend the
second.
pawn.
After there is also rook h7 threat, rook h8, by the way.
Let's try. Rook h7, but king g8. And now rook to d7 and the bishop is trapped. Okay, not trapped,
Ooh, almost.
but if, well, yeah, bishop, actually the bishop is trapped. I just want to show this variation because white is in time to catch the pawn.
Oh, that's very
Because
important.
king h8, rook
Checkmate.
h7, checkmate, king f8, rook h7.
Rook c2, rook h7 was played, by the way. Hey, rook h7 was played.
Okay, so king g8. What did we say on king g8? Ah, rook
Rook
d7.
d7 and bishop is.
So probably rook takes b2. No, I know. Then rook h8.
So the idea of Sugiura might be just to give up the bishop.
The bishop, yeah, and this we have the same. I know, but this is a little bit different because white keeps both pawns. So one more time, king g8, rook
d7.
d7, and the pawn is lost.
Rook
The bishop is lost.
c8 can be played.
Yeah, but it's king g4 and just no moves for. Ah, you mean here? Yeah, after h3. No.
So after
So
king
king
g8,
g8, rook d7, rook c8, and just king f4. I believe this is like game over.
and then f6. So
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go back to the position because rook f2 was played check first. Okay, but now king can go anywhere to g4.
But then again, check again.
King f3,
Then
then rook
g3. Okay, maybe
Not easy.
this tempo might be important in some variations. Let's say
Because now rook h8 is not a threat.
rook g3, king f4, and
Because rook h8 is not a threat anymore.
rook h3. Yeah. So it's a tempo. It's a huge tempo for black. Yeah. So once again, so rook f2 check. But what's wrong with king e5? What can be wrong with the move king e5? Not easy to say. Yeah, maybe bishop g5. Maybe bishop g5. Apparently not, yeah. So once again, maybe check. Or rook takes b2. No, rook h8 check.
Wait a second. It can be.
So check first. And then king f4, and probably then white managed to. So, and this moment, black can save the game, yeah? So with bishop g5, you don't. King g8 is the move here. Now I got it.
No.
And after rook d7, bishop g5.
Now bishop escapes because king is not on f4
King is not
anymore.
f4, yeah, and this pawn is very, is marching very fast.
Okay, king g4, by the way, was played. So
yeah.
now rook g2 is expected. And by the way, look at the clock. So I suggest we keep on the live position because Sugiura has only 20 seconds.
Yeah, also rook g2 check.
Looks like a forcing move.
Okay, what else? Yeah, otherwise the bishop is just lost. Can black play this? I don't know. h3.
I think let's maybe just see
look at them h3, and if king takes h3, then rook f5, rook h8. Yeah.
Okay, look, rook g2 is played.
King f3.
Yes. So
King
now
f3.
rook g3 is on the board as well. So this is the line how we were analyzing it, and king e4.
Triangle, yeah. Triangulation.
So now the pawn on b2 is not under attack. Now it's such an improved position already, but and also rook h8. But even if you play rook g8, I mean, isn't it lost endgame? I believe still rook h8 is a threat.
Yeah, but well, I think now white just can play like something like king e5, king e6, and f6, and king g8. But now rook d7
is not threatening the bishop.
Is threatening the bishop, and if bishop g5, f6, and this I believe is just game over. The threat is king g5, king f5. The threat is rook g7. the threat might be also knight e7 check.
By the way, we have a result on the board too. There was a draw, Jacobson against Pranavi. There was a draw.
Yeah, so white was trying, but black was just defending very carefully.
Okay, let's go back to board 1.
And king g8 was played, and now rook d7. Yeah, we're expecting the move rook d7, and probably white wins.
Rook d7 one more time. Bishop cannot go to the a5. There is b4. So bishop is forced to go to g5.
To g5,
yeah.
and then after move f6, h3. Okay, let's just let's make like a small demonstration. And rook g8. Oh, I was thinking that no. This is rook g7 is not winning here. f7. F7 and knight f4. No, knight f4 bishop. Hang on.
We have rook d7 on the board, and bishop g5 is as well just played, and now f6 played.
h3. And what is the win here? The rook is misplaced on g3. There is this check. And king cannot come to f7 or 7 because knight f5. Yeah, this is okay. It's everything actually happens with everything is about small tactique. Yeah. So king h8. By the way, look at this beautiful checkmate. King g6. Oh, knight g6, king g8, and rook g7.
Very beautiful. Very nice.
And,
so Fujairah is taking time now. 1 minute on the clock. It's right after move f6. Now this is the current position.
Yeah.
Exactly here. Will he play h3? Because what else can you try? I mean, that's the only try you have in the
yeah,
position.
probably he saw the trick. Yeah, he saw the trick that after h3, knight e7 is winning. But what else he can try? What else? I mean, okay, maybe a move like bishop h6 here. Okay, bishop h6, by the way, is possible. Let's say knight e7 check, king f7, and still the same win, knight f5. And if king h8, then probably so many winning continuations here. Let's say king f5 might be. No, king f5 is not. Wow. So rook d8, king h7. Oh no, knight f5 wins. Yeah, it's just double attack. Yeah, so no way for black. And he did play the move bishop h6, by the way.
Bishop h6.
Bishop h6, and now knight e7 wins. Knight e7 wins, and after king h8, knight f5. It's a game over. Everything hangs. Rook, pawn, bishop.
It's not possible to cover everything. So, yeah, let's go to black position with bishop h6 just been played. We see Amin Tabatabai is trying to figure out what is the best winning resource. And Fujairah, of course, he's understanding that this is coming to an end. But of course, it's always important to have a faith and still try to keep going. And I suggest we stay for this game because it might finish very soon. We still have a game of Fujairah. We will go there a bit later, but maybe meanwhile we can read out the results which were played.
Actually, it happened. Knight e7, king f8, king f8 was played, and knight f5.
Yeah, knight f5.
Knight f5, and everything is under attack.
Knight f5 is on the board.
Yeah, and probably we'll see resignation soon. I don't believe that black can. And on board 7, we have a win of Jose Martinez.
Oh.
He won the game.
He lost yesterday, now he's winning. He's striking back, very important.
Yeah, exactly. He managed to beat Gleb Dudin from Hungary. Knight f5, and yeah, the game is over. And probably Fujairah will resign. Okay, rook g4 check, he can try. Last trick, yeah, if king f3, rook f4, and black wins the game. But of course, it's just a dream, yeah. So king e5, bishop f4, king e6, and it's just checkmate. Just checkmate. So knight f5, and Fujairah made a move. I can't see. Rook g4 check, king e5. Yeah, all.
Everything and.
Yeah, everything.
Okay, bishop f4 probably.
And king e6, and you cannot give the check on e4 because the bishop just stands. Yeah, this is game over. I don't know. Black maybe can try the move h3, like a last chance here. Yeah, h3, but there is a move knight takes h6, h2, and rook d8 checkmate. Okay, just
Very
a small
beautiful. Okay, bishop
demonstration.
g5 was played. So now, wait a second.
Rook d8, king f7, knight d6, king g6, rook g8.
And there is even f7, f8.
Okay,
want.
let's try. So rook d8, king f7, knight d6, king g6. Do we give check on g8? Yeah.
Yeah, probably just include the check and
Check.
then f7.
And king somewhere, h7 and then f7. And
Bishop
okay.
e7 or rook is hanging. Okay, knight d6, by the way, was played. Let's go back to the live position.
And
Knight d6, checkmate threat right now is there. And if king moves, then there will be f7 or first check. Wait, what is going to be check?
Check king h7. You can play I can play f7 actually.
You can, yeah, you can get the queen.
Yeah. Well, by the way, also move like king f5 might be considered here.
It is possible, yes. Definitely.
Yeah. Okay, once again, so king e5, knight d6, king g8 is played, and king f5, yeah? King f5, f7, rook d8, I mean,
it's taking time. By the way, we have a result on the board 3. Zhu played a draw against Andrew Hong. Yeah, what a game by Zhu Jiner. She was trying like a beast to win the game, but unfortunately it was a draw. But of course, I mean, one more time, didn't lose a single game.
Yeah, which is amazing. Actually, she missed couple of games. Yeah, even today, I mean, this beautiful c4 and rook a3, which was hard to find. But anyway, I mean, so strong play, so strong. Okay, so what is the win here? Still, we didn't find. I mean, let's try king f5, rook g1, and rook d8 check, most probably, yeah. King h7 and knight f7. Yeah, this is probably game over. This is probably game over.
Like this.
So king f5 is on the board, and now rook to g1 or rook to g3, rook to g2, g3. Okay, let's say rook to g1. Okay, knight e4. Probably everything wins here. By the way, knight e4. Now this knight e4 is just exactly missing. Yeah. Yeah, this might be missing. Okay,
let's go back to the left position. h3 is on the board. Wait a second.
h3.
Okay, the rook is hanging, but there is going to be h2, and this is what is happening. And probably here, rook e8.
Rook g7 wins.
Rook g7, there is no king h8 and rook h7.
Yeah, and if king f8,
rook g7 is on the board. Fujairah is stopping the clock, and it is a game over. Amin Tabatabaei is winning a game, and by the way, if I'm not mistaken, and I think I'm not, because he was the only one to win with the 3.5 points, which brings him to 4.5 points. With Pranav V, there are 2 leaders now after round 6.
Yeah, and tomorrow they'll probably play each other. I don't believe they did play before. I didn't play in this tournament.
No, let me just check to be 100% sure. So maybe just we can read out the results for a moment of the games we haven't seen.
So board 2, it was a draw between Jacobsen and Pranav. Board 3, Zhu Jiner and Hong, a draw again. And board 4, draw, and we have a win, a very nice win of Mishra against Sadwani. And Martinez Jose is back after yesterday's loss. He managed to defeat Grandmaster Dudin. And one more game is still in progress, by the way. On board 9, Nihal Sarin is exchange up against Alexander Motilov. So both players are on seconds. Rook a1 check. King
Yeah, both players are
h2.
playing.
So knight c4 probably is just losing after rook takes a6. Rook takes e6, okay? And rook a1 check.
So Michal Sarin is winning.
King e2, okay, it's not easy yet. I mean, not, yeah. Maybe black can just play a move like knight to c8 here, or just maybe black can continue just giving checks. Rook a2, king f3, no more check, maybe knights, no more checks, knight c8, f5, bishop to d7, rook c5 check. Yeah, probably white is winning on this position. Still you need to play to find all the moves here. Yeah.
So I just checked and appeared that Amin Tabatabai played against Pranesh M, but not against Pranav V.
Okay.
So yeah, so we're going to have a battle between two leaders tomorrow at the round 7. It has been an amazing day. And do we have any other games on?
Yeah, we have
still?
two more games. Yeah,
Okay.
Motilov Nikhil Sarin and Bharat Donchenko in board 14. Maybe we can check this one, but black here is absolutely winning. 3 pawns, 3 connected passed pawns. I mean, even if black gives the bishop for the pawn in the right moment, I mean, still probably black is winning here. So,
Okay.
yeah.
So
This
yeah,
is the only game. I think whether that.
I think since it's not so important for the leaders standings, of course it's a game of the top seeded Michal Sarin, who is trying his best to win the game after game to get back at the leaderboard. We're having already our 2 leaders, and all the rest games were draws. And also, by the way, Abhimanyu Mishra with his victory, he's also coming closer to the top. Jose Martinez, also after losing, stepping down yesterday, now he's bouncing back. So anything is changing so rapidly here at the Fujairah Global Chess Championship, the first edition of it. Viorel, what are your impressions from today?
Wow, another, let's say, fighting day on all the boards. So Amin Tabatabai is continuing his great performance. And even yesterday, yeah, when he was in kind of worst situation, but still he was the side was trying to complicate the position. Even, I mean, sometimes even taking too much risk. And he is the leader. He is the leader. Actually, this is the way how to win the tournament. Yeah, sometimes you take the risk. Yeah, and you will get rewarded. This is very simple.
And let's not forget about it. He started with a loss in the first round against Motilov.
Yeah.
Do you remember this?
Of course, I do remember. And Motilov was 2 out of 2, but now I think he will lose another game. So it is, of course, important to start well the tournament. Yeah, but anyway, this is not the end. Yeah, this is not the end, especially in such a strong event like Fujairah Global Chess Tournament. Yeah, because no easy games. You cannot make a quick draw. I mean, even if you try, your opponent might say, "Okay, no, sorry, I came here to win the tournament." So this is the case of Amin Tabatabai. I mean, he's just rewarded for his strong and risky play.
Vini vidi vici.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, dear viewers, thank you so much for watching the broadcast, but it's not the end, because we have a surprise for you. Since there was one great game played today by Abhimanyu Mishra and he won, we have prepared a very nice interview for you. Niklesh did this interview. So we're not saying goodbye because there's still going to be interview, but tomorrow at 5 p.m. local time, we will continue with round 7 already. So we'll have 3 more rounds to go. And it means every round will be super important for the leaderboard. Who is going to be the first? We will find out in the next round. So we are going to see you here tomorrow at 5 p.m. local time. See you tomorrow. Good night.
So friends, we have with us Grandmaster Abhimanyu Mishra from United States, who just defeated Ronak Sadhwani in one of the very interesting game. So congrats Abhimanyu for this amazing win, and can you take us to your game?
Sure. So before starting the game, I'd just like to say a few words. I've been training on this aspect of the game, this calculation, this brutal dogfight for the past 6 months to 1 year, and even though my rating has been going up and down, it's finally a chance I'm able to show my true potential in a very fighting game like this. So okay, I played this Bishop G5 Italian. Now the thing with Bishop G5 Italian is that this has its upsides and its downsides. The main thing is, okay, you provoke H6 G5. This means that Black's king will be less safe on the king side. It's also, let's say, D4 will come with more effect as you're attacking the E5 pawn with one more piece. But the downside is that your bishop on G3 can always be very misplaced. Like, okay, D6, C3, H6, bishop H4, A5, knight D2, bishop A7, A3. Like I'd been checking this all morning, and there are a bunch of different move orders for both sides. It's a very interesting line. G5, bishop G3, he went queen E7, castles. I think there was some recent game, I mean, I'm not entirely sure, but I think 𝐸𝐤𝐤 played in the Bundesliga. He went like bishop D7, and I forgot who white was, but I think he had he played knight's game. I mean, it was some line like this, but again, it's very sharp. White is trying to attack on the king side. I think black went H5 even, and okay, it's a very complex game, and this is what I was going for. He went with knight H7, which I mean I didn't remember at all. I mean, I checked bishop D7 and I checked a couple other moves, but somehow this one I wasn't able to fully remember. I went B4, the main plan. Okay, knight F8. This is actually a common idea. I mean, without the pawn at A5, there's other lines with black plays A6, bishop A7. Like, let's say here, okay. Let's say instead of A5, we go A6, A4, bishop A7, castles, G5. I mean, some such thing. And in this line, like, I think yeah, this is also some sort of a main, like knight E7, B4, knight F8. And the thing is, black tries to make the knight to G6 plus G5, H4, oh sorry, H5 and H4, G4 to start attacking right on the king side. The benefit of bringing the knight to G6 is that, first of all, like when black plays H5, you don't need to worry about white playing H4. But okay, he did this in with the pawn on A5, so knight H7, B4, knight F8. And it was very strange because, okay, around here, I mean, I was spending a lot of time trying to understand like what's actually going on here. Because the thing with these lines is that if you make like one random move, you can easily just be like dead lost because black will start playing H5, G4, and he'll attack you on the king side. Then somehow around here was very strange. I just suddenly remembered another 5 moves of preparation. Like I blitzed out D4, knight G6, H3, H5, bishop E2, and I remember I had this in my file, and this was like it was very nice. I mean, it was a nice surprise that somehow I don't know, after half an hour of thinking, I somehow just landed back to my own preparation. I mean, I don't recall too much. Like, I mean, I remember some line like G4, H takes G4, H takes G4, knight H2, and it's supposed to be around equal only, but I thought that this is a very fighting play. Like, it's a very fighting position. White has chances to go like knight C4, B6 to kill this bishop on A7. Like bishop take, I mean, okay, I'll just turn this on for a second. I mean, I don't notice it. Okay, knight F4, yeah, for example, like some such.
Yeah, so almost equal only.
Yeah, it's like around equal. I mean, it's this minus 0.1, this is not a very strong engine, it's zeros only.
Okay.
And okay, then you go B6 and you try to take knight take rook B pawn and start attacking on the queen side. Now he played F6. This I didn't remember at all, and this is a very critical moment in the game. I'm not sure if what I did was actually fully correct. I mean, knight C4 is also a very, very valid move, and this is what I wasn't sure whether I should go knight C4 or knight E1. Because the same idea with knight C4 is you have ideas of B6 and you can also go knight E3 to use these two squares. But what I wasn't sure about was that he goes knight E6, let's say go knight E3, and he puts this knight on F4. Because, okay, he still has this ideas of going, let's say, G4, and if I go knight F5, I mean, I wasn't so afraid about bishop takes F5 here, but I wasn't sure about what would happen about queen F7. I mean, maybe white is somehow better here, but again, he has G4 coming next, and I wasn't sure what to do. Okay, let's say bishop takes F4, knight takes F4, and okay, it's quite complex, and yeah, I mean, I'm not really sure about what white's plan should be here. I mean, the thing is actually knight f5, this is a very... I mean, the first thing I was calculating was whether bishop takes f5 works. But I saw like e takes f5, knight takes e2, queen takes e2, knight f4, bishop takes f4. Okay, now let's say you go g takes f4. But I felt this type of position should be better for white because the bishop on a7 is just permanently blunted by the pawn d4. Like I can go knight h4, and I just put this knight on g6, that means you'll never get to attack it. Okay, I'll just keep playing forever. But yeah, this queen f7 was what was bothering me. So I decided to go knight e1. This meant that, okay, I'm attacking h5. Now, I'd seen g4 in advance, like, okay, because if he goes h4, bishop h2, this is a dream. My king is permanently safe, okay, now I'll just start. And I'm never really worried about e takes d4, because like e takes d4 in some such position, I can go knight c4, d takes c3, and b6.
Wow.
And okay, now I sack up another pawn, and okay, takes, I take bishop takes d6, c3 pawn I'll win in the future too, and like black's position, I feel like black has to be close to lost here. He went g4, h4 to keep the king side close, f5. Instead of f5, I was wondering about knight e6, and I was wondering about how I should coordinate, because okay, black plays knight f4 again, and he has ideas at f5. But like, let's say if I go with knight c2, again, e takes d4, knight c4, b6, these ideas are always there. He goes knight f4. And now things, if I go knight e3, e takes d4, this time this pawn, I don't have knight c4 because this knight is hanging on e3. But okay, like knight f4, I mean the thing is, if I go knight c4, I was considering this as well, but now let's say it takes d4. And if I was wondering if I can, let's say, like sack a pawn, like queen takes e4 and play like knight e3. Or even f3 for that matter, and just try, yeah, like maybe f3 is a bit stronger. But overall, it's like very complicated position, and okay. Black's king is still in the center, this is what I was like relying on, that, okay, if black's king is on b8 in this position, white can basically resign. Because you're kind of investing a lot on, like you're, so not, sorry, not after this, what am I saying? Right, sorry, naive. Now, okay, now you go like rook e1 next, and you start trying to harass the queen on d4, you move bishop f1 knight. And this is playable. Okay, I can also play like knight f4, I thought like rook e1 is another interesting move, so I'm preparing for the same ed4 stuff, and okay, I always keep options going knight e3, knight c4, and looks very interesting. He played f5, and I'd seen this, but I thought it didn't, I thought I should have something in this position after knight takes h4. Because okay, bishop takes f5 I saw, but bishop takes f5, again, like bishop d3. Well, like you would say, if I get some position like bishop takes d3, knight takes d3, this can easily just collapse for black. Like rook e1, d takes e5, so it's an option knight c4, b6. All of these ideas are in the air, and black still has not castled. He went knight takes h4, and this is a very critical moment of the game. Because if white doesn't find anything, he can just, again, be lost in two moves. Like if I play d takes e5, this he can just take knight takes f5. And now this bishop on a7 is a monster, and he starts playing h4, g3. My pieces are stuck in the back rank. And at first, I was wondering on whether I should play like f6, queen f6, de5, de5. But the problem is, let's say like if I go knight d3, he can even just play knight f7. Knight e4, queen e7, and the thing is, again, I need something very concrete or I'll just get mated. After thinking for 15 minutes, I found b6. The idea of b6 is that, okay, I give up another pawn, but in doing so, bishop takes b6, I clear the b5 square from my bishop, so I can give a check. This also means that whenever I play knight c4, knight takes b6 is possible. And I think the issue with black is that he doesn't have a very comfortable square for the king. Okay, let's say first of all, like if he blocks, he can't block comfortably because, okay, queen d7, h4 is hanging, and you don't want to play king takes d7, king can the same f6, queen f6, d5. d5 does knight e4, even the queen. Bishop d5 checks, okay, bishop d7 doesn't work, so now king f8, f7. King f7 doesn't, it didn't appeal to me because I thought, okay, king f6, take, knight d3. And now the thing is, black is missing this knight f7 resource, and let's say knight g6, I go knight c4. And now e5 is just very, very difficult to protect. And now last move is king f8. This one I was considering f6, queen f6, de5, knight e4, queen e7, and now the main point of provoking king f8 is that bishop takes e5. Now I'm threatening bishop f6, okay, queen takes e5, queen takes d8 check. Now king f7, I think I have bishop c4, so king g7, queen takes h4. Now if queen takes b5, queen f6, I should have to mate pretty soon, so queen takes e4. Now it seems that I can go like knight f3. And Okay, then next move I play rook e1, rook a1, I'll just try to give mate before black develops his pieces. Again, if he gets 2-3 moves, he'll be close to winning because he's up by a pawn, has the bishop here and so on, but unfortunately I don't think he gets those 2 moves. So now the game continuation, c6. This is also very important. And my idea was, I mean, I'm not sure if there's, okay, but if what I did was correct, but I think this f6, knight e4, this is, I think my first idea was actually, I thought I could take on knight e4, queen e7, and I'd seen like if I go bishop, at first I thought I was winning here, but this is just because if knight f7, you have knight f6 check and you win the queen. And c5 you take, but he just has queen e7. And this is unfortunately not working, and I didn't see a follow-up for white. The next kind of move is like if I play knight d6 check here, but again after king f8, I wasn't able to find anything concrete. And like it looks nice, of course you have this layer on d6, but again you just need like 2 moves, knight g6, h4, and you basically busted. So what I decided in the end was to go knight e4, queen c7. Now I can take, and now knight takes d6 and now since he played c6, d6 is weakened, so knight takes d6 check. Now he played king f8. I was wondering about king e7 also, like if you can try to, I mean it looks very risky of course, but again like if I take and go bishop c4, I mean overall, I mean this can either, I don't think white is risking being worse that much here, like because black's king is always like very, very weak. But yeah, I mean black could also easily just be lost because I have so many ideas of going rook b1 or queen b1, queen f5 in the game like I did. Knight d3, rook e1, g3, knight g2, like his king is just very, very weak. He played king f8, bishop c4, e takes d4. Yeah, I mean this is, I was hoping that, because this queen b1, queen f5 trick was actually very, I think it was difficult to see for, and I was very happy when I'd seen this after I played bishop c4. Because okay, this was actually my first worry that what happens if you play rook h6, trying to dislodge my knight on d6, but yeah, now again, like, just like the game, I play queen b1, bishop 1 b6 second, queen f5, and I win. Queen e7 fails to the same, queen, knight c8, queen b1. Queen f6 is what I was wondering about. I mean, I feel like white should have something here as well. Like, I was calculating, let's say, right? Take, knight c8, rook c8, queen d7. And now, okay, now I'm turning, if you go rook b8, I go knight d3, I think I bring another rook to e1. So it's a queen c7. I get this check, and now knight goes to d3, queen g5. This is very, very dangerous. I mean, I thought I should be close to winning. But yeah, they can play e takes d4, knight takes c8. And I think this is the final mistake, playing rook takes c8. Because, okay, rook takes 8, queen b1, again after this I turn queen f5 and I win, but I think bishop c7 was more tenacious. I mean, I have to go g3. I mean, knight f3 I considered, but I don't think it beats too much. g3 equals queen f6, and this is still very, very interesting. I mean, I was wondering if I can go f3, f takes g4, try to open up the f file, or even if I tried to play this in a more slow manner, but yeah, I mean, overall, I mean, black's knight on d8 is also a bit misplaced. I mean, I think there should be something for white here. I'm just going to try to find something here. But yeah, you played rook takes c8, queen b1, and now these double threats are absolutely lethal. Bishop c7, queen f5 check, king g7. Yeah, maybe I should start with queen d7 check. I wasn't sure which one was stronger. I played g3. I mean, I thought this was winning enough because okay, bishop takes g3, I can just take knight g2. And black is basically still getting made a queen g5. I don't know. It just makes him ready to move rook c7. I can give check here and rook f6, and I just give mate. And I'd seen this much, and I thought this was cleanly winning. So yeah, I mean g3, he went queen e7. I just took the rook, and okay, he resigned.
So 𝐸𝐸𝐸, this was very nice win. Although this is not your highest win or something in chess, but I want to take you back to that b6 calculation, and you were looking so emotional after the game. Can you tell us what happened actually? Why these b6 calculations and why this win was so important for you and you became so emotional?
Sure, because I've been training on, for the past 1 year, I've been training on these very, very difficult positions that are absolutely irrational, and that any player, players of even let's say 20 to 100 plus caliber are unable to find resources like this. And finally being able to see it pay off, because I mean, frankly, before this, my rating it's not going the way I'd hoped. I should be 2650 by now, but unfortunately I'm not. So I'm trying to get it. I'm trying to get rating here in Grand Swiss, and being able to find resources like B6, it gives me a lot of confidence, and it's a sign that everything I'm doing is paying off.
Also, in the same time, you're doing online schools. How much time you have to give for your online school, and is this? Are you happy with that? Working in schools, studying in school with training, or how you feel about it?
Sure. I mean, as of now, summer is going on, so my school is stopped. It'll begin again in September. I usually have to give, let's say, like 30-40 hours a week to school. But overall, I love studying and learning new things. So it's not a bad thing to take my mind off chess at times.
Okay. So thank you so much for talking to Chess Space India, and
Thank you.
wish you a very good luck for your upcoming rounds. Thank you.
Thank you.